let's meet our teams. Starting with the Red Alliance from Warwick, New York, it's team 21580 Warwick Wildcats. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Plattsburgh, New York, team 8397 Beta.
We've got over here on the Blue Alliance this morning, team 7420. It's the Mecha Spartans. And they are paired up with 27239. It's our West Fulton Firebots. I don't know, Jerry. I think we need a little bit more coffee in the bleachers for our audience this morning. We'll see how everybody's doing out on the live stream as well. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Regional Championship for Excelsior. We're so glad to have you with us. Match number 9. We had 8 gameplays yesterday for our teams to kind of break the ice. We're going to get warmed up this morning. We want to make sure that everything is ready, that the teams are confident and comfortable with their inits, the referees shake it off, our scorekeepers, all the rest. Jerry, let's go around the horn and do the check-ins.
Oh yeah. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get the first match of the day. Qualification match 9 started in 3, 2, 1.
4 bots have had their coffee this morning. Fulton goes to the high chamber for their first score of the day, coming back to their human player in the OZ.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Beta picking up their first specimen, attempting to pick up their first specimen from their human player, successfully scoring 1 on the high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Warwick Wildcats scoring in the high basket 2 samples.
Early advantage red, 55-23 as we come into Teliop. 7420 has a dangling wire coming off their top gripper. We'll have to see how that works out for them play-wise in Teliop. Meanwhile, Fulton is harvesting samples off the floor, bringing them to the human player. Those will get converted to specimens to hang later.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Beta rapidly feeding their human player additional samples to turn into specimens. You can see them actually banking all of those specimens over in their human player area.
Checking in with the Mecha Spartans, they're having some power issues as Fulton comes back to the OZ. They get their now 3rd specimen going to the high chamber. They're going to score that. They do 3 up, coming back to the OZ for 1 more. It's a 4-3 lead on the high chambers. Looking across at the Red Alliance, Beta is racked and stacked with 4 more specimens on the wall. Mecha Spartans' power woes continue.
We did just get the call from Mecha Spartans that they are out of battery. They're attempting to restart, but it sounds like they're going to be sitting the rest of this match right where they are at the moment.
And Jerry, not scolding anybody, with 56 qualification matches on tap today, teams are going to need to stay healthy all day long.
Indeed, and plenty of time to make up for any issues earlier in the game. As we enter the end game here, we can see Warwick Wildcats completing their level 2 hang. Let's see if they'll go for level 3.
And this Fulton bot, 27239, is doing yoga on its way up the submersible, inverting and reverting, uninverting. Look at that. 3rd level ascent. Beautiful work. Wildcats goes for a level 2 hang.
We have over here on the Red Alliance, Beta appears to have had their driver station actually die on them. They have a backup battery running it right now. At the end of the game, that is 2 hanging robots and 2 robots hanging out on the field.
Looks like advantage red, 149-77 in the raw. We're going to wait for those ascent scores to come in for the final tally. We'll get that score after qualification match number 10 over on field number 2. That's where we shift our focus now.
Alrighty, let's get ready to meet our teams over here for 10 on field 2. Starting off from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. And joining them from Potsdam, New York, it's team 13371 Sendy Sandstoners.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we've got one of our older teams in the region. It's team 5485, the Gorilla Bots from Corning Robotics. And they are paired up with our rookie team. It's the Battery Battalion. That's team 27364.
Really interesting to see. We can see 25707 Solar Flare actually starting in a diagonal position. Interesting to see how their autonomous is going to play out from there. As our bots make their final preparations, we can see teams are starting to preload their elements for the game, as well as making sure that everything is correctly indexed right where it needs to be to get their autonomous to start. Are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get qualification match number 10 started in 3, 2, 1.
Gorilla Bots misses on their first specimen as they go up to the high chamber. It looks like they might have suffered a disconnect here. 27364 Battery Battalion, no signs of life. We'll look for them to come alive in teleop.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we can see Sendy Sandstoners missing their first specimen, placing their second. Good recovery over there. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Solar Flare, continuing to fill up that high basket.
Four bots alive. We love to see it here. Blue Alliance Gorilla Bots comes to the samples on the floor, goes to the high basket to play. Had a pretty rough autonomous there. We'll look for them to recover here through teleop.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the teams earlier this morning. We can see, again, those enclosed mechanism wheels on 3 of our robots here on the field this morning. Those are actually to prevent our samples and specimens from making their way in to other robots. Oh my goodness, we can see Solar Flare and Battery Battalion seem to have become entangled.
Battery Battalion's got their gripper internal to the Solar Flare bot at this time. Hopefully they can come together, work it out.
Uh-oh.
And now Solar Flare, there we go.
There we go.
Hopefully these bots can recover.
Looks like minimal damage on both bots. That's a good sign as we still have over a minute left in the game.
Gorilla Bots, meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the high basket here in teleop as their partner's Battery Battalion goes for a high basket as well.
Bots contact over here on the Red Alliance, continuing to score those specimens on that high rail.
Red advantage 172 to 80 at this point with that high basket play. Blue coming in off the bottom of the sub or into the high basket from Gorilla Bots.
Indeed, we can see as we approach endgame here, strategies are very much not changing for any of these teams, continuing to score those specimens on that high bar over here with 13371 Sendy Sandstoners. Meanwhile, Solar Flare, their alliance partner, communicated very well with them before the start of the game, deciding to only go for those goals to not get in each other's way.
Jerry, it looks like that early entanglement didn't result in any long-term damage to these bots, thankfully.
All right, we got bots getting ready to hang. That is a level 3 hang from Sendy.
Nicely done.
And at least level 2 hangs from both of the Blue Alliance robots.
Excelsior Region Championship. Red wins. It's a score of 164 to 107. Clean game, no fouls. You'll see those black boxes off the end of the team numbers. Those indicate current rankings. We're going to see those pitch and change all day long as teams look to punch their ticket to eliminations.
All right, as we get started over here for qualification match number 11 back on field 1, let's get ready to meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Clinton, New York, it's team 6347 Nerds of a Feather. And joining them from Penfield, New York, it's 6996 Oncoming Storm. Over on the Blue Alliance from Corning, New York, it's team 5356 TARDIS. And joining them from Cross River, New York, it's 10949 Mob. Sporting some lovely customized controllers, as you can see down at their driver station.
I think over here in the Red Alliance, I have a storm of nerds. It's kind of fitting. What do you have over there?
You can see, I don't know what we got going on over here.
A mob that's bigger on the inside, or something?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
That's a hard group to write puns for. We can see Oncoming Storm getting some final preparations done, getting their preload all ready to go. With that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Oncoming Storm goes to the highest chamber with their first specimen. Nerds was alive. It looks like they've stopped, though, as Oncoming Storm harvests more samples to their human player for the Red Alliance. Two to the high chamber for the Red Alliance now. That'll be good for 40 points total, 10 and 10.
Back over here on the Blue Alliance, we can see 5356 TARDIS scoring 2 in the high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 10949 Mob, suffering a disconnect, working with the FTA. Seems they're back online now as we enter the teleop period.
And it looks like we're missing the audio from the scoring system, so we'll be sure to call out endgame to make sure teams know where that is, Jerry.
That was a very hard collision from Mob. They suffered another disconnect. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved with the help of our lovely FTAs over here. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, TARDIS, holding down the fort, picking up another sample. Really interesting mechanism we see there on TARDIS, utilizing those compliant wheels to suck in their samples.
Nerds is grabbing samples off the floor from the spike marks, doing high basket play while Oncoming Storm keeps working the chamber. Third specimen for the Red Alliance, as Nerds is going to put 8 points on the board here at the high basket.
TARDIS picking up their first specimen from their alliance, going for a second.
5 specimens from Oncoming Storm on the high chamber for Red. Red leads 97 to 52.
Meanwhile, Mob appears to be having issues with their driver hub. They're going to see if they can switch that out before the next game, but they may be dead in the water for the remainder of this match. No worries, though. Plenty of time left for gameplay here in Utica.
Oncoming Storm with 7 specimens now in the high chamber, leading the Blue Alliance. Looks like they've only got 6 over there. 133 to 92.
As we enter the end game. We can see 5356 continuing to score into that high goal, picking up from the field.
Oncoming Storm answers with another specimen on the high chamber. Nerds and Storm trying to negotiate the level 2 ascent bar here on the submersible. Nerds comes back to the high basket for one more. They got tangled with it.
Well, it's getting ready to hang with just 3 seconds left in the match. That is 2 level 2 hangs. One for each alliance as we end the match.
151 to 118. We'll wait for the ascents to come in. Level 2 ascents are worth 15 points. Level 3s are worth 30 to that higher bar. We'll check on the score from match 10, Jerry.
Yeah, let's get the score for the prior match up on the board. And in qualification match number 10, Red wins with a score of 266 to Blues 152. That leaves 25707 as the #1 ranked team here this morning. Alrighty, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 12, starting with the Red Alliance from Suffolk, New York. It's team 7486, Suffolk Robotics. And joining them from Corning, New York, it's 5484, the Enderbots.
And they are going to face off against, on the Blue Alliance, team 20203. It's Vulcan Robotics from John Jay at Cross River down in the Hudson Valley. They are paired with a neighborhood team from Tully, New York. It's 8863 Precision Cut-Ups. Right now, we're going to take a 3-minute pause right now from anybody watching on the live stream, go get some coffee. We'll be back with you in about 3 minutes.
Alrighty, it seems all 4 teams are back on the mat, so let's reintroduce them as we get ready for this match. From Suffer, New York, it's team 7486, Suffer Robotics. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Corning, New York, it's 5484, the Enderbots.
We've got team 8863, it's Precision Cut-Ups. And they are partnered with team 2203 from Cross River, it's Vulcan Robotics.
Alrighty, with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance?
Not quite.
Ready? Alex says yes.
Alex says yes. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Vulcan and Cut-Ups come alive over here on the Blue Alliance. One to the high basket, one to the high chamber. Vulcan comes back with another sample to their human player in the observation zone.
Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, Enderbots picking up 2 out of the 3 pre-praised samples, scoring 2 specimens on that high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Suffer Robotics, has scored 1 in the high goal and has parked.
Vulcan comes up short on 2 specimens, but gets the 4th, so they're 2 for 4 in that play, and they get a park to the OZ.
That is the end of the driver control, end of the autonomous period as we enter the driver control period.
We need more sound on the scoreboard audio, please.
Start of the driver control period, Suffer Robotics picking up the first sample pre-placed on the field. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Enderbots, going into the Ascender for additional samples. How's the Red Alliance looking?
Red Alliance basket play for the Precision Cut-Ups. It looks like they've got 6 up there. Vulcan's back, harvesting specimens, or samples that is, from the bottom of the submersible. Got to be careful here with their gripper. They just plowed right into that wall. They've got 4 racked and stacked, ready to go to the high chamber.
We've got zip ties dropping over here on the Red Alliance. Hopefully that's nothing important, just cable management. Suffering Robotics attempting to score in that high basket. Let's see if they can make it to the low basket.
Cut-Ups, consistent basket play. They've been like this all season. Has Blue out to a commanding lead, 185 to 64, 175 now with 1 minute to play.
Over here on the Red Alliance, it appears that Enderbots has actually gotten a sample stuck inside their gear teeth. No worries though, they have that dislodged as of now.
We come up here on endgame. There it is, endgame, endgame, endgame.
At the start of endgame, all 4 bots continuing to score points. 7486 Suffer Robotics lining up for their hang. Let's see if that specimen on the ground is going to affect them at all.
Vulcan with 6 specimens up on the high chamber.
Bots getting ready to hang. We have 2 bots making their way up into the air. Oh my goodness. It appears that Suffern's tape measure has sheared off.
I think they're leaving that for Bradley as a memento. 253 to 94 in the raw accounting. We'll wait for the ascents to come in as usual. Let's check in with scorekeeper Jay. We've got a score from match number 11. Go ahead and push it, Jay.
And in qualification match number 11, Red wins with a score of 166 to Blues 133. That's some very close matches here in Utica this morning.
We need... That's better. The scouts might not like it, but that's better, yes. Jerry, over there on the Blue Alliance, I think there's two teams you might need to introduce each other. They've never met before.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys have ever crossed paths. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 12736 Electric Mayhem Green, joined by 12737 Electric Mayhem White.
We've got over on the Red Alliance, it's Team 16-7000. It's the J-Bots. And they are partnered with Team 6567. It's our Robo Raiders.
It's clear the Electric Mayhems love us because they've conveniently color coordinated their robots, so I don't need to look at my sheet for any of this. Alrighty, as we get ready for this qualification match, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready?
Referees, how we looking? And Jay, the scorekeepers, we're good. Jerry, take it.
Alrighty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. 4 bots in motion right at the start of the match. Blue Alliance immediately scoring 1 on the high goal. Electric Mayhem White attempting to hang off that high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Electric Mayhem Green, scoring 2 specimens on that high bar.
Just got an excited, yes, it's working from 65-67 here. They go 4 samples into the high basket. Beautiful work here in Autonomous. Meanwhile, J-Bots comes up a little bit short on their specimen play. 2 on the high chamber. 52-38, early lead for Red. And away we go, 107-76.
We've got some excellent driver coaching and coordination happening between both Electric Mayhem and Green and White over here, working real closely to make sure that their paths are not going to cross too much and that they are both able to continue to score efficiently.
J-Bots goes to the bottom of the submersible looking to harvest red samples while Robo Raiders comes up high. Another basket play. Looks like they've got 6 there now.
Electric Mayhem Green scoring 2 more specimens on that high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Mayhem White picking up from the field to score in the high goal.
Raiders comes back for more basket plays. J-Bots is looking for red samples in the bottom. They are racking and stacking samples. 2 specimens on the wall with their human player. 1:15 left here in match number 13.
Interesting to see the strategy difference between the teams here with Mayhem Green and White focusing more FTA over to the Blue Alliance, with the Blue Alliance focusing more on scoring on that high bar. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance focusing on scoring in the high goal.
It looks like we've got a disconnect or error on the driver control hub for Robo Raiders as well. 65-67 looking to come back alive. We'll take another FTA. 50 seconds remaining. 139-104 advantage Red as they go back to the high chamber.
With 15 seconds left to end game, 12736 Electric Mayhem Green continuing to score those specimens on the high bar. Meanwhile, Mayhem White tossing those alliance neutral samples right through the robot as we enter the end game.
Robo Raiders has that disconnect, but it looks like J-Bot's strong play on the front side, harvesting samples, set them up for success on the high chamber. They've got 8 specimens up there. J-Bots goes back to the bottom for 1 more. We'll see if they go for a hang as well.
Not to worry, though. It appears that Robo Raiders are in a very good position, not blocking anything as we enter the hang period. Mayhem Green and White both attempting to hang with just seconds left in the game. Let's see how they'll make it.
J-Bots gets 1 more in the basket right before the buzzer. 207-122. Looks like you got 2 bots in the air over there, Jerry.
That is 2 bots at level 2 hang. We just heard the call from the refs. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, no hanging robots. Alrighty, let's get the scores for the previous qualification match up on the board.
Hey, Adrian. We see match number 12. It's going to go over to the Blue Alliance with a score of 271-112. Again, that record in the Excelsior region, 354. The world record, 458 at this point. That was set last weekend in India. We'll see if we get scores approaching those elite ranks today. We get, again, today alone, 56 individual qualification matches. We will be breaking for lunch around 12:30. Most of us are still working on our morning coffee, though. Jared, are you a coffee drinker?
I am not a coffee drinker. I am doing this on pure adrenaline today. We'll see how long I can make it.
I'm already 1 Americano in, and I've got another one at the live stream desk, so.
We can see over here as we continue to get set up for qualification match number 14. Alliances are working diligently to make sure that their preset samples and specimens are exactly where they want them to be. We can see over here on the Red Alliance, their human player is actually presetting their hook components, so they are nice and easy access for gameplay. We can see some teams trying to make sure that all of their driver stations are adequately charged and ready to go. The power banks are strong this morning.
Excellent. Let's get started with match number 14. Over here with me on the Blue Alliance from Breezeport, New York, it's 17-222. It's Team Proto. And in a wonderfully specific homage to this season's theme, let me introduce to you Team 4654 from way down deep. It's the Jellyfish.
Over here on the Red Alliance from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders. And joining them in the black and green, it's team 6955, Robo Vines.
Jerry, you got to watch out for Scarsdale. They've got that clip bot, that automated bot over there, really something special on the Red Alliance.
Oh yeah, he is locked and loaded, ready to go to get those specimens made. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, thumbs up.
Referees.
And Jay.
Alrighty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Proto goes to the high chamber as Jellyfish goes to the high basket. Both successful. Jellyfish comes up short on their second sample. We'll see how Proto does with their human player here in the OZ.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we can see the Scarsdale Robo Raiders are parked in their human player zone. Meanwhile, the Robo Vines attempted to pick up and score in that basket, unfortunately suffering some kind of issue. No worries though, they are in a very good position as we enter Teleop.
The team here from Twin Tiers Christian, super happy with their performance on specimens. We'll tell you why in a second. Jerry, I've been following this Proto team all season long. They're down near me in Corning, and they have a second-generation bot here. This bot's brand new for champs, and they're feeling pretty good this morning with its early performance.
Yeah, we can see as well, Proto has a sample that has flown out of the field sitting right there. Nice and easy access for them to set up. Meanwhile, Robo Vines appears to be having some kind of issue with their linear slide mechanism. Still attempting to score in those high baskets. Meanwhile, Scarsdale Robo Raiders setting up additional specimens to rack up on those bars.
We've got Proto going back to the sub. They've got to be careful. Yep, one possession at a time on their samples. Great work from the drive team. Good communication here in the blue box. Jellyfish takes it high to the high basket again. Really efficient scoring over there from 46-54. 132-11 here with 1 minute to play.
Yeah, over here on the Red Alliance, Scarsdale Robo Raiders appears to be having some control issues. Hopefully they're able to get that all resolved. Their slides seem to not necessarily be behaving how they expect it to.
And if I may, Jerry, on that red one, when it functions, that bot is so cool, it makes the specimens itself. It'll be fun to watch later this afternoon. Jellyfish goes back to the high basket. They've been effective all day. Robovines may be playing a little defense here underneath Proto, but Proto slips in for another specimen.
Yeah, we can see Scarsdale is not doing anything because they have a specimen stuck inside of their robot. They don't want to risk picking up any more and incurring those penalties. Hopefully they'll be able to hang in the end game.
Proto and Robo getting a little hung up here on the short side of the submersible on the blue end. It's 15 seconds to go.
We see once again how important those human players and driver coaches are in the success of these teams, coordinating the hang positions for all these teams. We can see 3 robots attempting a hang. That looks like 2 in the air. We'll leave it up to the refs to decide if 4654 is up or not.
Love to see what Corey and Bradley say here. They're down low looking at 4654. Robovine's looking pretty clear. Would you believe a cow could fly?
We'll see. All right, let's get the scores for qualification match 13 up on the board. And in match number 13, Red wins with a score of 215 to Blues 152.
With that, we turn our focus over to qualification match number 15 on field number 1. And the Blue Alliance from Watkins Glen, New York, we've got with their awesome orange hair, of which I am particularly jealous. It is 12-8-33 Mechanical Meltdown. And they are partnered from the Albany Academies. It's team 4809. Botman.
And over here on the Red Alliance from Mamaroneck, New York, it's team 14903 Sharkbots. Joined by their alliance partner from Syracuse, New York, it's team 22612 New Wave. A little bit of confusion over here. You could actually see 12612 came over with the Blue Alliance markers. No worries though, they're doing a quick swap and they'll be ready to go in just a moment.
So those of you in the crowd, maybe those of you on the live stream watching, if you're unfamiliar with how these FTC games are played, there's some negotiation between the alliance partners each time they enter the box to figure out what the starting point is for an optimal strategy. Auto, first 30 seconds, the bots do it themselves. All right, we're gonna check in with the Blue Alliance. We're looking for thumbs up from both. We're looking New Wave and Sharks, thumbs up from both. Red Alliance, New Wave. Solid, excellent, Jerry.
Referees, are you ready? Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Mechanical Meltdown comes alive, going to the high basket with a sample. Yes, they get it. Botman comes up just short on the high chamber. Mechanical Meltdown coming back for sample number 2, tosses it right in the high basket.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we could see that Sharkbots started their autonomous. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they were moving quite how they expected to, so they did stop it early. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, New Wave, is waiting it out until teleop.
Little chuckle from the referees, Jerry, on the little doink from Mech Melt on that plastic piece. That does count as a level 1 park in auto.
Yeah, the little fly swatter bar mechanism. That's a slick little piece they've got going on over there. Back on the Red Alliance over here, we can see we have 2 bots in motion. FTA is going to be needed over for Botman on the blue.
Mech Melt had a perfect autonomous, 4 samples to the high basket with their compliant wheels. Now we've got 4 bots healthy. Botman playing a sample game, pushing toward the Blue Alliance human players. Mech Melt comes back to the high basket once again.
You have this beautiful mechanism on Sharkbot's robot. I don't know if you can see there, but that's actually an accordion system that they're using for their cable management on their horizontal linear slide system. Really, really cool design.
And remember, spectators, that incidental contact between the bots and a little bit of pushing and shoving in the bottom of the submersible, completely allowable. The referees keep it in check. There's different rules for how much contact, how much defensive play. Everything we're seeing right now, just beautiful gameplay from these 4 teams.
A lot of that comes down to just how much time the robots are in contact with each other. New Wave appears to be having a little bit of motion issues in getting their drivers nice and oriented and ready for gameplay.
97-96 right now with 45 seconds to go. As you say, Jerry, anybody's game on this one. 107-96.
It's going to be a real close match. All 4 bots on the field today are able to hang. So I think it's all going to come down to the end game here. A lot of the cycle times on these bots are very evenly matched. We can see actually one of the things that happens a lot in first, 14903, running out of space in that high goal from their fast cycle time.
Remember that those ascents, the lower silver bar, 15 points, the high bar, 30 points, as we get our first ascent. That from New Wave, I think, over there?
Yes, that is New Wave with what appears to be a level 2 ascent. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 14903, debating if they're going to hang or go for that goal. They are attempting a level 2 hang. Let's see if... That is a level 2 hang from all 4 bots. Just got the confirmation from the referees. That's going to be a very close match. Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification match number 14 up on the board. And in qualification number 14, Blue wins with a score of 204 to Red's 40. 5 of those points are foul points, 5 given to each team, each alliance, excuse me. We're going to take a quick break while we wait for the robots for the next match to arrive to the field. Alrighty, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 16. Starting with the Red Alliance from Binghamton, New York, its team 6454 Saints Robotics. And joining them from Peekskill, New York, it's 4243, the Iron Devils.
And they are facing off against team 4957. It's the Metal Stingers. And our 4th lowest numbered active team in FTC, it's team 18, the Techno Chicks. Good morning, girls. Only teams, I got this last night in trivia, teams 1, 7, and 16 are the other lowest numbered teams across the globe. A little bit of history here in Excelsior.
Indeed. Alrighty, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Signs of life from 3. Will we get 4 here in autonomous?
All right, we can see over here on the Red Alliance 6454 Saints Robotics scoring 2 in their high basket. Will they go for 3? Yes, they will.
Chicks not happy with their lift over here on the high basket. They canceled their auto. We'll look for them to come alive in Teleop. 4957, same thing. They canceled their autonomous on Specimen Clay.
Saints entering the teleop period with 4 samples in that high basket.
4 bots alive as Technochicks is going to do some sample play from the bottom of the submersible. They're looking for blue or yellow samples one at a time there. And Metal Stingers comes in 49.57 as they are harvesting blue samples in and out of the observation zone to the human player.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Saints Robotics briefly in control of 2 of those samples. No worries, though. They are converting those to specimens as we speak, racking them up with the help of that human player. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 4243 appears to be having some motion issues with the speed of their mechanism wheels. They're losing grip as they move on the mats.
Checking in with Chicks over here. Their lift looks to be offline, so they're doing some ground play, trying to feed the Metal Stingers human player in their partner alliance so that that player can set up specimens for chamber work.
4243 losing their sample out of the back of their intake mechanism. No worries, though. Picking it right back up and dropping it inside of the robot. Hopefully they're able to get that dislodged. Otherwise, they are going to be kind of dead in the water for picking up additional samples over the course of the game.
Really good communication over here with 18 and the Blue Alliance. They're doing a really nice job getting Stingers set up. It looks, though, that the lead that Saints built on your high basket over there with you, Jordan, might be hard to beat.
As we enter the end game, we have 4 bots here getting ready to hang. 4243 setting up for a level 2 hang. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 6454, Saints also setting up for that level 2, using their mechanism wheels to get over that first level 1 plate. The alliance partner has lost one of their side plates.
Stingers going for late specimen play here from their human player. We'll see if they switch out. Now the Technochicks lift comes up.
Devils appear to have a level 1 hang.
Always got to check with that Saints bot. It just comes off the ground. We'll see what Corey and Bradley, Ted here, the referees, what the call is.
It is a 1 and a 2 hang for the Red Alliance.
That Saints bot, man, I'll tell you, it's like a centimeter off the ground, but it's every time it's consistent. Jay, we'll take that score from...
in qualification match number 15.
That match goes to... Oh, there it is, a tie.
First tie of the game, 165 to 165.
So this is where fouls come into it. So a foul went from blue to red, 15 points. It could be 2 fouls, actually. Sorry, it'd be a major and a minor. And that then resulted in the tie. That does happen sometimes.
Yeah, that would be the interlock between those 2 bots would likely result in those foul points that we saw in the last match.
So I recall that match. It was the hangs during endgame. Teams need to make sure that their motion and their commands are done at the 0-second mark. It's not like last year's game where you could score in those final 3 seconds. At any rate, we move on with number 17 over here on field number 1.
Alrighty, getting started with qualification 17. Starting off with the Blue Alliance from Penfield, New York. Its team 6996 Oncoming Storm. And joining them from Tully, New York, it's 8863 Precision Cutups.
And Jared, it feels like we just saw them, but Electric Mayhem White is back. It's team 12737. Electric Mayhem White from the Nichols School in Buffalo. And they are partnered up with team 13371. It's Ascendi Sandstoners with their level 3 ascent. Look to see that in endgame. We want to check in with the Blue Alliance. Do we have thumbs up, cut-ups, Storm? Excellent. Red Alliance.
Red Alliance.
We're going to wait for Mayhem, and we're getting a wave off from Corey. We're checking the field. We want to make sure all is in order.
One of the things our referees do over the course of the day is make sure that as gameplay continues, our field stays within the spec that First has defined. We're good to go. We got the okay from the rest. Red Alliance is ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
4 bots, love to see it. Mayhem White goes to the high basket for their first sample. Goes to retrieve off the bottom spike mark. Comes up just short. Sendy sweeping samples to their human player in the red observation zone.
Precision Cutup scoring 2 Alliance neutral samples in that high basket, as well as 1 Alliance Pacific in the high basket.
Sendy comes back for a second specimen, going to the high chamber, comes up just short. They're going to drop it inside the sub. We'll see if they go for easy pickings on that in teleop.
Entering the game very evenly matched, 1 each specimen for each alliance.
71-36 as we go to teleop. Sendy looks like they have a disconnect problem. Resetting the driver control hub.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, Oncoming Storm, working hard to get those specimens on the board. Unfortunately, not getting their alignment quite as they'd like it and dropping them. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 8863 Precision Cutups, continuing to score in that high basket. We'll see as time goes on if they're actually going to switch their strategy a little bit to get some samples on that high goal.
Mayhem White clears the deck of the yellow neutral samples on the audience side as Sendy goes back to the sub one more time. They are looking for more red samples for their human player to convert to specimens. Those will be good for 10 points on the high chamber if they can score them.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, 8863 Precision Cutups, clearly a force to be reckoned with, continuing with their incredibly fast cycle time and resiliency in the robot to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, Oncoming Storm, their alliance partner, getting a second specimen up on that bar.
Blue Alliance up 153-64 with 45 seconds remaining here in match number 17. Sendy goes to the high chamber for their third specimen of the match, comes back to the wall in the OZ, looking to score for 10 more points. Mayhem White wrestling with a sample that they want to place in the high basket.
As we enter the end game here, we can see Oncoming Storm scoring their 4th specimen on the Ascender. Filling up that basket is their alliance partner, Precision Cutups. With 20 seconds left in the match, let's see if these bots are going to hang, what their strategy is going into the end of the end game.
Sendy up on level 2. Will they go for level 3? Looks like it. Can they transition?
Really interesting rope drive we can see over on Precision Cutups. That is 2 level 2 hangs for the Red Alliance and a level 3 and a level 2
4 bots
for
in there.
the
That's
Blue
awesome.
Alliance.
That is awesome.
Sendy Sandstoners clearly proving to be one of the most resilient bots we have here on the field today.
So that Sendy bot was up against that side strut of the submersible. Still counts as a level 3 ascent. Nothing else was supporting it. Really solid play from 13-371.
All right, let's get these scores for qualification match number 16 up on the board. And in match number 16, Red wins with a score of 140 to Blues 58. All 58 of the Blues points being scored during the teleop period. Red being distributed a little bit more evenly across auto teleop ascent and general teleop.
And with that, we're able to shift our focus back over to the second field here at the Jorgensen Fieldhouse at MVCC. We are so thankful for the hospitality from the entire team here at MVCC. Their dining staff put on a great taco night for the teams last night. We've got 2 teams over here on the Blue Alliance, both hailing from the Hudson Valley. First up, it's Team 10-949. It's the Mob. In their customary pink, they are partnered with Team 25-707, one of the newer teams in the region. That's Solar Flare.
Over here on the Red Alliance from Corning, New York, it's Team 5484, the Enderbots. And joining them from Warwick, New York, it's Team 21580, Warwick Wildcats.
Just checking in with the Mob Drive team here. They had that unfortunate disconnect in their first match of the game. They're saying they're looking good here for this one. Looking exciting, exciting match on tap.
It's the beauty of first, plenty of matches to get all those issues figured out. And with that, Blue Alliance, how are we feeling? Are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees, alrighty, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Solar Flare and Mob come alive. Mob gets one on the high chamber. It's not fully clipped. It will score, but they've got to watch that they don't de-score it.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Enderbot scoring one on that high chamber. Let's see if they can make that second. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Warwick Wildcats, scoring one in the high basket and ending their autonomous.
Solar Flare had to cancel their autonomous. They have two samples internal to the bot, and unfortunately, Mob has de-scored their specimens over here on the high chamber. No good up on the high chamber there for the Blue Alliance.
Enderbot's proving to have a formidable autonomous here.
It'll be easy pickings for the Blue Alliance with those specimens ready to go. Hopefully they can harvest those. They don't need to convert them to specimens. We'll see how Solar Flare works out. They had those specimens or samples. Can you see on your side, Jared? They're hung up with samples inside.
I can't tell from this angle. Let me see if I can get a better shot. Yes, they do still have a specimen. Yes, a sample inside of the robot.
So one possession at a time. So Solar Flare is a little bit stuck here on offensive gameplay. We'll see if Mob can pick up the pieces for the Blue Alliance.
You can see Solar Flare with that kind of erratic driving, trying to knock themselves free of that sample. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Warwick continuing to score in that high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Enderbots, working well with their human player to get that second ascent bar full of specimens.
A frustrating match so far for the Blue Alliance, down 45 to 142. That is advantage red at this point. Mob going into the sub, trying to get more samples to their human player to convert to specimens. They do have specimens out there, but it looks like they're foregoing those for new opportunities coming out of the sub.
Bit of a traffic jam over here on the Red Alliance side. Oh, it appears that 25707 has dislodged that sample, putting them back in the game.
Was that a thank you, Enderbots, for getting it out, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, indeed.
We'll see what damage they can do with 40 seconds remaining. Their first specimen sample goes out of bounds.
Enderbots descoring one of their specimens, but no worries, they rescored a different one right in its place.
Mob with only one specimen so far up on the high chamber. It looks like they're having an issue with their lift or their pass-through gripper. 20 seconds remaining, 152-61, advantage red. Solar Flare, again, scoring out of bounds, out of bounds. They've got to be a little bit careful there on the high basket.
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Enderbots attempting to score another specimen, dropping one, continuing to descore those specimens. No worries, though, they're getting them back where they need to be. Let's see if we can get bots parked and hanging. That appears to be a level 1 and level 2 for the Blue Alliance, a level 2 for the Red Alliance, and a park for the Red Alliance.
All right, Jay, we'd like to see a score if we can. Thank you very much. Push it, my friend. It's going to be qualification match number 17 as we keep up this tempo. We're looking for a winner in the Blue Alliance. 245 to 159. Really awesome, consistently high scores up in the 200s and the mid and higher 100s as well. These teams are starting off boldly this morning. See, that moves oncoming Storm up into 4th position with lots of the day left to play. A reminder to teams here in the field house from our region head referee, Lisa Russell. Teams, listen up. Please do not cut through each other's pits to return to your pit. You can go around either end, or there is a gap in the middle. Please be courteous, gracious, and professional in all you do. Thank you very much for your attention on that. With that, we're gonna look over here on field number 1 in the Red Alliance box. It is team 14903, the Sharkbots from the French-American School down in Mamaroneck, just north of the city. They are teamed up with folks that live nowhere near the city. It's Team Beta from way up in the hinterlands. That's team 8397 in the Red Alliance.
Over here on the Blue Alliance from Hopewell Junction, New York, it's team 16700 J-Bots. And Sharkbot's neighbor to the northwest, it is team 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders.
I can see they've done a little bit of replacement work on their 3D printing on that bot. It used to be all black, but now we've got some white parts showing up. We know in their previous match, They had some mechanical difficulties. It'll be interesting to see what you see over there, Jerry, the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, so the Blue Alliance Scarsdale Robo Raiders has a really interesting design. They're actually able to assemble their specimens internally within their robot. They had an issue in the last match they played where one of the ejection servos that they were using had clicked out of place, and that was preventing them from ejecting their sample. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved between matches and good to go for this match. We'll see. They're making their final adjustments now, getting everything nice and preset. They are able to preload a specimen or sample into each bot on the field. Teams are selecting their autonomous modes. Some teams have a computer vision based op mode where they're able to use those April tags so you can see located around the rim of the field, whereas other teams have a odometry or simply a base motor based op mode where they're able to essentially blindly drive their way around the field in order to complete their autonomous.
Just checking in with the Sharkbots here, 14903. They said they had an odometry issue in the previous match, kind of a 1 in 100 shot, an error that they hadn't seen before. They're feeling much more comfortable now. Partnered up here with Beta on the Red Alliance. How are we looking on your side?
We're looking really good over here, just making sure all these bots are properly touching the wall, all set, ready to go. Really interesting to see kind of the difference in drive mechanism we can see here. 3 of the bots utilizing a Mechanum drive as opposed to Beta utilizing a corner wheel drive.
We've got a little sea theme over here, the Sharks and Beta. I'm not sure if you see beta fish in the open ocean, but jokes aside, we are set and ready for qualification match number 19. We're looking to the Blue Alliance for a thumbs up. Robo Raiders, we need your thumbs up. Robo Raiders, we need your thumbs up.
Robo Raiders, ready?
There we go.
Red
Beta,
Alliance,
Sharks.
how we feeling?
There we go.
Referees. Scorekeeping is ready. Jay's all set. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, 3 bots in motion, 16,700 J-bots scoring their first specimen on the Ascender. How's the Red Alliance looking?
I love this Sharkbot bot over here, 13 by 13, and it is just so svelte, and just this little pirouette move over to their human player. So consistent. Beta looking to get a second sample in that high basket off the floor with their gripper. Can they do it? Yes, they can.
Very robust autonomous modes on both sides of the Alliance selection here.
Red leading early, 135 to 60. Sharkbots 5 specimens on their high chamber as they scoot them out of the way for their bottom sub play. They're going to bring samples back to their human player. Beta playing samples to the high basket.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, J-Bot scoring for the first time in the high goal for this match. Meanwhile, Scarsdale Robo Raiders, you can see that white mechanism on the back is actually preloading the hooks to make the specimens, getting their little specimen manufacturing line online. And you can see they're actually trying to get that set up and operating. Let's take a look. You can see their intake picks up, passes through to the inside of the bot where the clip is able to be applied.
Jerry, it's so nice to see the J-Bots alive and kicking this morning. You remember that they sheared off their gripper in their first gameplay last night. Heartbreaking, but they did some repairs overnight. Gripper to gripper handoff. Beautiful over there. Meanwhile, Sharkbots racked and stacked with now 8 specimens on the wall ready to score. That will be worth 80 points if they can get them to the high chamber.
Yeah, strategy is a big component, especially now that we've introduced these human players as a permanent feature in the first games. You can see that Sharkbots is actually bringing over a new sample every time they go to pick up a specimen so that they always have a replenishing supply. And then as they run out, they are able to just feed their specimens right in to their bot.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 now, 11 to the high chamber. 11 to the high chamber for the Sharkbots as we enter endgame. They've got 3 more in reserve.
And we can see Scarsdale has successfully assembled their first specimen internally in their robot, placed on the high bar as we enter endgame.
281, we could see a really impressive score here from the Red Alliance that they finished strong.
5 seconds left in the game. Let's see if these bots are going to hang.
289 to 174 in the raw. Handshakes all around in the red box.
Alrighty, let's get the scores of the previous qualification match up on the board.
Roll it.
And in the last qualification match, Red wins with a score of 170 to Blues 87. That is 58 in auto, 15 in teleop ascent, 87 in other teleop, and 10 foul points for the Red Alliance, whereas the Blue Alliance had 19 in auto, 18 in teleop ascent, 15 other teleop, and no foul points.
Couple quick announcements here from our Excelsior PDP Tina Betts. Volunteers. There's still some food available for you up in room 202. That is volunteers only, lest we have 300 teenagers head that way. And also scouts, teams scouting in the front row near the orange ribbon. That's got to be too deep of people. Remember that we got to keep traffic clear, so please, scouts, tuck up to the orange tape. We will get on you with that, the referees as well. We need to keep everything safe for folks accessing the bleachers. Thank you very much. Jerry, let's meet your teams over in the Red Alliance.
Alrighty, let's get ready for qualification match number 20. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have team 4957 FM Hornets Robotics from Fayetteville, New York. And joining them from Watkins Glen, New York, it's team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown.
And we've got decked out here in their customary blue. It's Suffern Robotics 7486. Partnered up with, once again on the Blue Alliance on field 2, just as they were a few minutes ago, 4654. It's the Jellyfish. And with that, we're gonna go Mech Melt and Stingers, thumbs up in the Red Alliance, please. Blue Alliance, thumbs up from both.
Referees are ready. Scorekeeping. Scorekeeping is not quite ready yet.
Jay.
Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots in motion. 4957 immediately scoring on their high bar.
4654 says we can do that too. One specimen on the high chamber as it returns to their human player. Can they score number 2? They've grappled it. To the bar they go.
Mechanical Meltdown's auto placed them a little bit too far, unfortunately, to pick up that sample on the ground there. No worries though, plenty of time to grab it, and they are in a wonderful position as we enter teleop.
$56-36 in the early going, blue leads.
Entering the teleop period here, we can see 4957 FM Hornets picking up another specimen from their human player and scoring it on their ascender.
7486 gets another neutral sample from the floor. They take it to the high basket and score it. Meanwhile, Jellyfish harvesting blue samples, converting them to specimens, 10 points each on the high bar. They get another.
Mechanical Meltdown continuing to score in their high basket. They were very well set up from their auto. Even though they weren't able to quite get those points during auto, they are able to grab them nice and quickly during teleop.
Jerry, another real parity match here. 74-72 with 1:20 to go. 74-80 now, advantage red. Back and forth between these teams, all very capable, all pretty equalized. It'll be really interesting to see where we are a minute from now.
Yeah, once again, we can see over on Mechanical Meltdown those wheel guards over their Mechanim wheels. That is to prevent entanglement with any samples or specimens that may be found on the field, and to ensure that they are in compliance with the only one sample or specimen in control of the robot at a time rule.
7486 using their custom 3D printed active intake to go to the high basket.
FDA Red Alliance.
Meanwhile, Jellyfish trying to negotiate around Mech Melt. Mech Melt heads back on their side, but Jellyfish comes up shy with their human player. 40 seconds remaining. 92-98, advantage red.
We could see over on the Red Alliance 4957 appearing to have a FTA issue. No worries, they have it all resolved now. Push botting their way into those scoring zones. As we enter the end game here, we can see bots beginning to hang. 12833 Mechanical Meltdown setting up for their hang and still picking up a couple specimens.
And Jerry, wasn't it Suffern that had suffered the tape measure fracture a couple matches ago?
A couple minutes ago, Suffern did suffer a tape measure fracture. They did have spares on hand. We're able to quickly switch that out. Those are those 2 3D printed round housings you can see on the side of the bot. That is a level 2 hang for the Red Alliance. and 2 level 2 hangs for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance also has 1 park on the board.
Really nice work from those 3 hanging bots at the end. Good pivot from Stingers, good composure in the Red Alliance. 112, 108. We'll have to see where the hangs put that back and forth all throughout Teleop.
All right, let's get the scores for qualification 19 on the board. And in match number 19, Red wins with a score of 331, a new event high score to Blues 182. 222 points in the Teleop for the Red Alliance. That moves 14903 Sharkbots into the 5th ranked seed, and 8397 Beta maintains their space in the 2nd ranked seed.
All right, qualification match number 21 on field number 1. We've got 27364. That's our rookie team, the Battery Battalion. They are charged up and ready to go with team 4243. That's our friends, the Iron Devils.
And over here for the Blue Alliance from Cross River, New York, it's team 20203 Vulcan Robotics. And joining them from Bolson Spa, New York, it's 6955 RoboVines. A lot of RoboVines fans in the stands here today. As our teams make their final preparations, we can see some questions being asked to our referees. Meanwhile, Alex, our lovely FTA, ensuring that all of our bots are powered on and touching the field walls to start this match.
And we are now with match 21, well within to our 3rd rotation. Every team is going to play 8 times today, so this is the 3rd match play in this cycle. That'll take us through qualification match, I think, number 24, if the math checks out. We're going to look to Iron Devils and Battery Battalion. Can we get a thumbs up on the Red Alliance? Iron Devils says yes. Battery Battalion? Checking in, thumbs up. Jerry?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Excellent. Referees, how we looking? Bradley, Corey, solid?
Jay's all set. Let's
Beautiful.
get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, both Blue Alliance bots exploding out of their starting positions. Vulcan Robotics immediately scoring 1 in the high goal, missing their 2nd pickup. Let's see if they can make their 3rd. They do. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, RoboVine, scoring 2 specimens on the Ascender.
We know that the Blue Alliance is going to jump out to a lead here. Both Red Alliance bots sitting idle. Hopefully we can match up during Teleop, make up for some lost time here.
RoboVines dropping their 3rd specimen. Meanwhile, 20203 Vulcan Robotics parking in the Ascent Zone.
Jerry, interesting to note, both of your bots over there heavily 3D printed. Beautiful manufacturer, orange and green, very on brand too for those teams.
Indeed, and that green shielding isn't just for aesthetics, it is to prevent those additional samples and specimens from becoming lodged in the robot, as we've seen a couple times so far this morning.
We've got both teams finally alive. Devils 4243 going to the sample on the far side of the sub, looking for yellow to put to the high basket. Good communication here from the red human player saying go down for the Battery Battalion. They want to make sure that they get those specimens clipped at the right height off the wall and clipped to the upper chamber.
It is interesting over here on the Red Alliance today that we have some more convergent design. Both of these bots using a dual stage pass-through mechanism for their intake and outtake. Vulcan Robotics missing their 3rd specimen and becoming slightly tangled in the Ascender.
Iron Devils is trying to work out a sample that's hung up just over their battery inside their chassis, banging themselves up against the submersible on purpose. We'll see if they can recover from this. Meanwhile, Battery Battalion still working wall play, specimens going to the high chamber. This will be number 3 for the Red Alliance.
RoboVines continuing to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, Vulcan Robotics crashing into the Ascender a couple times to get their positioning nice and steady to continue to hang those samples.
159, 177 to 54 here. 30 seconds left. That'll be endgame.
And at the start of the endgame whistle, all bots are still in motion. We can see Vulcan Robotics push botting across the field to feed their alliance partner, RoboVines. Some great collaboration happening over here on the blue line. How's it looking?
Love hearing from the audience, too, supporting these teams through their fight here in match 21. Yeah, there you are. Iron Devils arranged for a level 2 ascent. We'll see if the battalion comes around the corner. They do. We'll see if we get a double hang. RoboVines goes in the air.
That is 3 robots attempting a hang. Looks like at least one level 2 hang from RoboVines. We'll see what the Red Alliance calls it.
Two-one for the Red Alliance. They're going to give Iron Devils the 15 points on the level 2 ascent. That's great. Battery Battalion with their feet still on the floor. That's going to be worth, I think, 3 here for a level 1 ascent.
Our raw score ending this game was 193-64. We'll see how those hang points sway things. Some great collaboration happening over here. Lovely sportsmanship with everybody shaking hands at the end of the match.
I just like the green suits.
Yeah, the green suits are awesome. All right, let's go to the scores for qualification match 20 on the board. And in qualification match number 20, Blue wins with a score of 157 to Red's 126. That is a very close game. Those 15 foul points really did play into it. That puts 46-54 as 11th seed and 74-86 as 12th seed. All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 22, starting with the Red Alliance. From Buffalo, New York, its team 12736, Electric Mayhem Green. And joining them from Burnt Hills, New York, its team 7420, Mecha Spartans. Over on the Blue Alliance, from Clinton, New York, its team 6347, Nerds of a Feather. Joining the coop on the Blue Alliance's team 18, the Techno Chicks. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Waiting on a head referee. We got a head referee. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Right away, we got 2 bots in motion. Techno Chicks attempting to score, appearing to get a little caught up on that servo. No worries, though. Plenty of time left in auto for them. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Electric Mayhem Green scoring 1 specimen, attempting a second. That is a second specimen for the Red Alliance. Do I hear 3? We can see over on the Blue Alliance, Techno Chicks strategizing very well, even though their autonomous isn't working quite how they want it to, planning out their teleop period. All right, start of the teleop period, we got all 4 bots in motion. 74-20, Mecha Spartans scoring in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Electric Mayhem Green, coordinating with the human players between both teams on the Red Alliance to get those samples scored. Looking over at the Blue Alliance, Techno Chicks picking up their first specimen and scoring it on the Ascender. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Nerds of a Feather, trying to pass through their bot, appearing to have a little bit of issue. How are we doing over there?
Nerds hitting a little bit of a reset on their internal gripper handoff. Looks like their upper gripper is just out of position. They're trying to work it out. There they go. Will they come to the high basket?
We can see that linear slide was just ever so slightly out of position for them. Looking back over at the Red Alliance, 12736, Electric Mayhem Green continuing to score those specimens on the high bar.
Nerds scores up high. Meanwhile, the Techno Chicks come back to the sub, grab another blue sample. They're going to bring it back to their human player. Turn that into a specimen for a chamber hang. Nerds gets another in the high basket.
With about a minute left in the match, we are at 81 red to 47 blue. A lot of that is due to the number of specimens we can see appearing up there. Over on the Red Alliance, we can see those samples that have gotten knocked outside of the arena by the Mecha Spartans being passed back over to their human player for additional scoring.
Jerry, I can hear it from all the way over here. The communication between the teams is just fantastic in both boxes. Really makes a difference in gameplay. 65-91, advantage Red, 22 seconds to play.
Yeah, collaboration is a big part of FIRST. We can see it's really important for the alliances to be communicating both within the alliance and with the other alliance as to the scoring positions and paths the robots need to take. With 10 seconds left in the game, we are getting ready for robots to hang. We see both Red Alliance bots setting up for at least a level 2. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Unfortunately, Nerds and Techno Chicks had an issue there communicating, trying to get Chicks up off the ground in endgame. Got a little bit tangled up in each other on that dance. Looks like Mayhem Green is solidly up.
Yeah, that's definitely a level 2 for Electric Mayhem Green. Meanwhile, at least a level 1 for 7420.
All right, Jay, we're checking in with our scorekeeper. We've got the high sign. This will be match number 21's report out. Send it. Match 21 is going to go to... Goes to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance 211-82 clean game. That will take 2203 Vulcan up into the 9th slot. Robovine slips up to 14 as well. Those black boxes on the scoring system, those indicate the current ranking points. With 32 teams in the field today, the top 6 teams at the end of match 64 will turn into our alliance captains. Much more on that to come after lunch. We've got a lot of gameplay before we get there, Jerry, don't we?
Indeed we do. All right, for qualification match 23, let's get ready to meet our team. Starting off with the Blue Alliance from Corning, New York, it's team 5485 Gorillabots. And joining them from the Mid-State region, it's 22612 New Wave.
And with their rebuilt bot debuting here at Utica, it's from Breezeport, New York, team 17222. That's Team Proto. And from our friends down in Binghamton, 6454, it's the Saints.
Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? No worries. Blue Alliance finishing up some preloading, getting everything nice and set up. We can see Gorillabots utilizing a 3D printed hook system as their hang mechanism. They also have a teleop mode just to get set up on the wall. Working with FTA Alex here to get everything nice and configured.
Handshakes here in the Red Alliance as these teams introduce themselves to each other, Saints and Proto. We know that both of the teams on the Red Alliance have an effective level 2 ascent. We know Gorillabots can get up as well. I can't recall if we've seen New Wave climb the sub yet this meet.
We saw New Wave climb once yesterday.
Okay.
They haven't been able to so far today. Hopefully we're able to see a nice level, at least a level 2 out of them.
I think we're ready to check in. We're looking for Red Alliance. Saints, Proto, thumbs up. Excellent. Jerry?
Blue Alliance, how we doing? Thumbs up all around? All right, referees are ready.
Jay?
Scorekeeping. Jay's
Awesome.
all set. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 robots in motion. New Wave setting up for a high goal score. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Gorillabots, scoring their first. That is a broken high goal.
The kids on Discord call that a level 4 hang. It is worth no points. Can we re-zip tie it while they're away from it?
It's definitely going to need at least zip tying. It might even need a new goal basket.
Meanwhile,
We'll see there.
your Gorillabots went 5 for 5.
Entering the teleop period, we can see all of those bots back in motion. New Wave has become disentangled from that high goal. It appears that we're going to play that game out with that broken goal, and we'll fix that before the next match. Their alliance partner, Gorillabots, continuing to rack up those points, scoring specimens on the high bar. How's the Red Alliance looking?
Proto harvested their dropped specimen back to their human player. They are racked and stacked now with 4 or 5 specimens on the wall. That could be worth 50 points later in the game. Saints goes to the far side, audience side, getting a neutral yellow sample. They'll look to park that up in the high basket for 8 points, and they do.
I don't know if you can see on the back of Saints Robotics, his robot, there's this little piece that sticks out. That is actually servo-driven, and it's used for them to clear any samples that have become lodged in the back of the bot.
They've got that interior shielding too. We've seen a lot of bots suffer from stuck samples, and it's awesome to see actually both of these teams on our Red Alliance getting out ahead of that. They've shielded their internals because you can incur that foul.
With 1 minute left in the match, we are at blue 129 to reds 92. We'll see how those penalty points affect it as we end the match. Gorillabot's continuing to score on that high bar.
It's so cool to see your Gorillabots and my Proto over here going head to head, coming off the wall. Who can cycle to the chamber faster? Just awesome gameplay here.
Yeah. One of the things we've seen a couple times with these real high scoring robots like Gorillabots over here is that they actually start to run out of room on that bar as time goes on. As we enter the end game here, we'll see what their strategy is.
We're looking 205, 160, advantage blue. 15 seconds to play. We know these bots can ascend.
Gorillabot's dropping a specimen into their bot. No worries though, they were able to get that out thanks to that internal shielding. Going for a level 3 ascent. We got a level 2 on New Wave. A level 2 on Gorillabots. Will this be level 2s all around? We're gonna leave that up.
It looks like New Wave broke a belt there at the end, but they may be off the sub. We'll have to see if they've got a toe down inside the sub.
That is definitely a broken belt. I'm hearing some murmurs from New Wave's mechanical team watching in the stands. Hopefully they're able to get that fixed nice and quickly before the next qualification match.
New Wave's down. So level 1 for New Wave. Looks like level 2s for everybody else. Beautiful specimen play. That sub is full. Go ahead, we're gonna push our score from our scorekeepers, Phil and Jay, over to qualification number 22, this will be. Red wins 116 to 93, clean game. We'll take that, and we will take that over to field number 2. We're gonna, I think, wait for our referees. They're doing a little bit of accounting work there. All right, we're going to set our sights here on field number 2, qualification match number 24, as we creep up a little bit closer to our halfway point. From the Albany Academies over in, well, Albany, it's Team 4801. It's Botman. I'm Botman. And we've got from the West Fulton Fire Department, it's the West Fulton Firebots, excuse me, friends. West Fulton Firebots, let's use that the right way, 27-239.
And over on the Red Alliance from Red Hook, New York, it's Team 6567 Robo Raiders. And joining them from Corning, New York, it's 5356 TARDIS. And with that, we're just waiting on some of our senior refs to make their way over from the last match. They're still trying to figure out from the field damage how we're gonna get that categorized. We do have a new scorekeeper for the time being.
Phil's over there. Hey, let's do a little bit of red versus blue, just absolute mayhem, rock, paper, scissors. Ready? Get them ready. Here we go. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then shoot. We'll just see what happens. Ready? 1, 2, 3, shoot. Okay, you're all winners. That's pretty good. Nice job. Good, good. That's good. We could redo some of last night's trivia.
Yeah, go ahead. What you got? What you got?
The final trivia question was the name of Dean Kamen's private island in Long Island Sound. You weren't there for it. Do you know the answer?
I do not off the top of my head. I have a couple guesses, but I'm not sure.
I'm gonna go to my Botman human player down here.
It's North Dumpling.
It is North Dumpling. That's exactly right. North Dumpling. Dean came and bought the island, I think in the late 80s, and wanted to install a certain power system there that the state wasn't having. I think it was the state of Connecticut. They said no. And he said, okay, I'm going to secede from the United States. And since he knew President Bush was kind of like, yeah, sure, go for it. Do whatever you want. And so North Dumpling is, it's Dean Kamen's playground.
Well, you learn something new every day. We can see over on the Red Alliance asking for a re-randomization of the center of the field. Refs are allowed to re-randomize at their discretion.
Stir the pot, if you will.
Indeed. It's just to make sure that we don't have too close of a grouping of one color in one area.
Boil, toil, and trouble.
Exactly. Levels the playing field nice and easily for them. All right, it appears we are about ready. So with that, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Not quite. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
West Fulton comes to the high basket with their compliant wheels. Can they get? It looks like they, yes, 8 points to the high. 48-09. Botman hung up on the top chamber. Fulton's excited. They got their second sample.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we can see Robo Raiders flinging one out of the arena, missing their second, but landing their third in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner TARDIS getting 2 out of 3 on the Ascender, excuse me. I'm still in my Rover Rockets era.
(56-32), Red leads to start. Botman does secure that high chamber. Meanwhile, West Fulton resetting their driver control hub. Now they're live.
Over here on the Red Alliance, TARDIS utilizing that re-randomization to their advantage, picking up more Alliance-specific samples to turn into specimens, grabbing another specimen from their human player and scoring it on the Ascender into their robot instead, dumping it right back out. That's the benefit of those internal plating pieces. Makes it a lot easier to disentangle yourself. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, let's get an FTA to the Red Alliance for 65-67.
They've got a sample stuck inside too, Jerry, in the chassis. Botman goes back to their human player. In the observation zone, they've got 2 specimens ready to go to the high chamber. They come back.
The unfortunate part, if you look real closely at 65-67, and our friends on the webcast are able to see this better than those in the stands, they have a hollow interior, so it's actually fallen through, is sitting on the tile floor, but is being pushed around internally by the inside of their robot.
Looks like they're maybe playing a little defensive play here for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, Fulton goes up. They've got now 5 in the high basket. Botman looking for their 4th specimen on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance.
Hearing a little bit of 3D print, grinding on 3D print over here as TARDIS continues to pick up those specimens from their human player. Entering the end game here, all 4 of these bots are able to hang. Let's see what the strategy is going into it.
Fulton says we're going to go for the early. Watch this bot, 239 as it turns itself upside down.
This bot's doing yoga on its way up the...
It's crazy. Downward dog,
there.
child pose, yoga. I'm not sure what to call it. It is a thing of beauty. Consistent as heck from one of our newer teams in the section. Botman also up.
That's a level 2 for TARDIS at 4809. Meanwhile, 22379 at a level 3, thanks to that lovely yoga bot they've got going on.
You got that?
Yes.
And with that, let's get these scores for qualification match 23 up on the board. And in match number 23, Blue wins with a score of 243 to Red's 210. Very close game there. We can see those auto points from the Blue Alliance really made the difference.
We've got match 25 on deck. Match 25 is going to see on the Red Alliance 27-364, the Battery Battalion team up with 49-57. That's the Metal Stingers.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have team 8397 Beta swimming on down from Plattsburgh, New York. And joining us today from Corning, New York, it's 5484, the Enderbots. Enderbots working with the FTA to get their driver hub nice and set up. They appear to be having some connection issues. No worries though, plenty of time to get that resolved before we move into our match.
That last match. The minute that they can't recover from that. All right, all things are ready. Battalion, Stingers, we're looking for thumbs up on the red.
And over on the Blue Alliance, how are we feeling? Thumbs up, ready to go? Alrighty, referees. Alrighty, scorekeeping is good to go. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, we got 3 bots in motion.
Stingers goes to the high chamber for the Red Alliance. They're gonna shuffle and strafe their way to a new piece for their human player. Looking for Battery Battalion to come to life in teleop.
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Enderbots already with 4 specimens on the Ascender. Had a close call on penalties as to whether or not their human player was picking up inside or outside of the field. Interesting strategy we see over on Enderbots, actually switching out their drivers at the start of the teleop period.
A little bit of delicate driving over here on the Red Alliance as Stingers make sure they're only possessing or contacting 1 sample at a time. No fouls for that. Battalion has come to life. They are up at the basket doing sample play, 8 points each as they get up top.
We can see as well, looking a little bit at the build style in some of these robots, the return of the drawer slides today. Both Enderbots and 4957 FM Hornets utilizing conventional drawer slides with a string mechanism to extend and retract them.
4957's human player here being very, very careful. Dead center in front of the referees, making sure there's no contact mutual between the robot and that human player. They've got to be very careful in the observation zone. Battery Battalion harvesting yellow samples to that high basket. Looks like number 4 is on its way in. Yes, they score.
Looking back over on the Blue Alliance, Enderbot seems to have realized after scoring 2 red elements in their high basket that they are in fact on the Blue Alliance.
A little bit of human error there. They're all smiles though.
Not to worry though, they're gonna make it up with the Alliance neutral elements instead. 8397 Beta continuing to absolutely dominate that high bar with specimens.
It's just a potpourri of samples up there in the high basket.
We can see Beta, really interesting hang mechanism. That sidebar actually coming up as opposed to most spots that have been using their kind of main scoring system or intake mechanism for hang.
Really consistent work here from the Metal Stingers as they go 6 for 6 on the high chamber. Battery Battalion comes in for a second level ascent.
Bots getting ready to hang. That's going to be 3 bots hanging. Is that going to be a 1 or a 2 on Beta?
A little bit of contact there with Beta and Enderbots. We'll see what the referees have to say about it. Looks like Battalion is clearly in the air. While we wait for the referees to call that out,
We're
take
hearing
the
a
score.
hearing a 1 and a 2.
This is the score from 24. Goes to the Red Alliance. 160. Wow, close game. 165 to 159.
That's a real close game there.
Telepop sent 45 for the Blue Alliance versus 15 for Red, but it looks like that teleop from the Red Alliance set them apart and ahead. It's gonna be match number 26 on field number 2.
Alrighty, as we get ready for match number 26, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Penfield, New York, it's 6996, Oncoming Storm. And flying right alongside him from Portchester, New York, it's Team 18, the Techno Chicks. Over on the Blue Alliance from Scarsdale, New York, it's 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders. And joining them in the black and orange from Cross River, New York, it's 20203 Vulcan Robotics. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees. Alrighty, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Robo Raiders starts with their customary clip stack. They've got 6 clips on the wall. This robot can grab them and self-assemble specimens internal during gameplay. The team just said we're going to take a little bit conservative this round. We'll see what that means.
Techno Chicks with 2 very close grabs. Unfortunately, not quite there during their autonomous. Making brief contact with Vulcan Robotics' bot there. Not to worry, though. Plenty of time to make that up in the teleop period.
3, 2, 1.
Nice little bit of control work there, Jerry, from Vulcan. They got tapped during auto, and their vision system still got them a sample out of the submersible. Really impressive.
That's a use of OpenCV they were using as opposed to the onbot system. Scores going into teleop are 87-44 favor Blue.
Looks like Vulcan is dead in the water right now, though. We'll have an FTA check in. Alex comes over. Meanwhile, Robo Raiders assembling clips internal, and they're scoring them, yes, on the high chamber.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Techno Chicks picking up their first specimen.
No,
And
it looks like
latching on the
both.
lander.
Sorry, Jerry. It looks like both of my bots over here on the Blue Alliance are dead in the water. Neither one moving at this point. Scarsdale deep into the sub with their extendo, but no signs of life. Looks like Oncoming Storm might be as well. No, they're alive. Good to see it.
6996 Oncoming Storm, once again using those wheel covers we've seen so many times on robots today. Waiting for their human player to get those specimens made for them.
Blue Alliance keeping Alex and Justin, our FTAs, on their toes. 97-66 with 45 seconds to go. Blue is in the lead. The question is, can they maintain it through endgame in zeros?
Is that 2 disabled bots for the Blue Alliance?
It is right now.
Oh my goodness. Do we get a second FTA for the other
Alex.
Red Alliance team, or have they already called disabled? All right, bots are getting ready to hang. We got 6996 and 18. That is Oncoming Storm and Techno Chicks for the Red Alliance, both getting ready to hang. Let's see how they do. Oh my goodness. That's gonna be a level 1 hang for the Techno Chicks and a level 2 for Oncoming Storm. Scarsdale appears to have come back online and parked. Meanwhile, their alliance partner is sitting where they lie.
That could take the Blue Alliance to 100 points. That park is worth 3. They had 97. 15 would go to Oncoming Storm if that's deemed a level 2 ascent. Head referee Corey says you can get your bots down. That will do us on qualification match number 26. We're good for a score from 25 if our scorekeepers, Jay and Phil, can push it. We go to the scoreboard. Big board says. All right, that's going to go to the Blue Alliance. 240 to 166. 8397 Beta slips up, or stays, I should say, in first place there.
We did just hear in our last game that those two bots which scored a level 1 and 2 hang are actually both going to be scoring level 3 hangs due to the interference from those disabled robots. That's going to be huge for
that
points
could
for
change
that team.
things. If you're listening in the house or on the live stream, that's that Rule 427 that First had to clarify multiple times throughout the season. Kind of an unusual move to get the amount of clarification that they sent along. We'll wait for that score to come in after this next match, match number 27. Match number 27 is going to see Suffering Robotics, that's 7486, paired up with the J-Bots, team 16700. They'll be in the Red Alliance. They're going to face off against team 22612 New Wave and their partner in their customary pink. It's 10949. It's Mob Robotics. Jerry, I love that J-Bots mascot over there.
It's a little scary. We got lots of mascots here today. We've got them, we have the lion from Suffern, we have a lovely Gorillbots mascot kicking around somewhere.
Enderbots Enderman.
Enderbots Enderman.
We should have like a mashup. Could we put the Mechanical Meltdown hair on the J-Bots Jaybird?
Oh, I think that's the way to do it. We got to see that at lunch.
I'm just jealous of people with hair.
We can see we are in a little bit of a holding pattern right now over here on Field 1 of Qualification 27 as we wait for the referees from Match 26 to finish up deliberating, especially regarding those disabled bots we saw earlier in the match. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start the match, all 4 bots in motion. New Wave attempting to score in the high goal, hopefully making it and not flinging anything at me this time. 10949 Mob feeding their human player, picking up specimens, already with 1 on the board. Heading over to the Red Alliance.
I know this Red Alliance J-Bot spot is untested in play, but they're doing a beautiful job. It's a new construction for them since qualifiers. They're coming up on their 5th specimen. Can they get it here on the high chamber? They do.
We can see Mob had some slight alignment issues, especially with their second and third specimen attempt. Good communication between the driver coaches over on the Blue Alliance deciding who's going to score where. Hopefully we get some motion from New Wave. Can we get an FTA over to the Blue Alliance, please? FTA to the Blue Alliance.
J-Bots goes from specimen play on the high chamber to sample play, a versatile bot. They've got that archetypal gripper-to-gripper handoff. Low gripper on the floor, and then that high gripper on their lift for their scoring goes up to the baskets. Really, really beautiful work.
Indeed, really cool open frame design we have going on over with MobSpot. I believe they're actually using the new Upsilon Robotics slide mechanisms, gracious sponsor of the region.
Suffering 7486 looking to make things happen with their active intake on yellow samples. Looks like now we're getting some corner play.
New Wave scoring their second specimen on that high bar. Interesting to see when you talk about strategy that almost everybody, especially this late in the season, is going just for that high bar, ignoring the low bar. It is more points on that high bar.
Human player here in the Blue Alliance calls out 1 minute as J-Bots grapples a sample off the floor, regrips up to the high basket, efficient as always. Suffering having an uncharacteristically difficult time, it looks like. I'm not sure what's wrong with their system. They've been solid all morning, looking to get samples going out of the sub, coming up a little bit short.
We can see over here, Mob's intake appears to be having some issues. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved. As we enter the endgame period, the points are 167 to 46, favoring red.
Going to see Suffering look for their dual tape measure hang. They recovered from that early mechanical failure. Here they go on the bottom bar.
Plenty of time for bots to continue to hang. New Wave attempting a hang while hanging their specimens. Let's see if Mob is able to get that slide in time. all four bots are at least touching. Let's see what we can see. Over here on the Blue Alliance, that is at least a level 1 for New Wave, and most likely level 1 for Mob.
So we've got an announcement for teams in the house. This is from head region referee Lisa Russell. Teams, you do not leave the field until you've been dismissed by the referees and scoring is complete. Please be patient. Please wait for that. That helps us deal with any errors, any questions, any clarifications on fouls, or any of the rest of it. Additionally, with it being this Sunday morning, rolling up on 10 o'clock, our PDP, Tina Betts, wanted us to announce that there is a prayer room open in room 115, that's 115. There will be signs for it throughout the lobby and the complex here in the Athletic Center. Again, that's a prayer room up in 115. Family members, team members, coaches, anybody can avail themselves of that opportunity. Let's look for a score from this last match. Go ahead and push it.
And Red wins with a score of 156 to Blues 107.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting one, Jerry. The Teleop Ascent 60s, if you were watching the match, those didn't actually factually happen. This is the result of a foul majors that happened with the Scarsdale bot parked there in the bottom of the submersible. There's an impedance rule that came into effect. We're not going to go into the specifics, but essentially it virtually elevated those two robots to that level 3 ascent. Go ahead and answer it. Jerry's dealing with a lost phone here. All right, while Jerry's getting lost and found sorted out, we've got teams from right next to each other on the Red Alliance. It's going to be team 17222, that's Team Proto. Team Proto is paired with their friends in the orange hair. That's Mechanical Meltdown, Team 12833 from just up the road in Watkins Glen. Two teams that in the southern tier are functional cousins of each other. Over here with me in the Blue Alliance, we've got charging their paddles, Team 12736. That's Electric Mayhem Green. And they are partnered up with 21580. The Warwick Wildcats, apologies, the Warwick Wildcats. Jerry, you get that phone back?
Yes, phone has been returned. We are all set over there. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees. Alrighty, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Warwick comes alive. They're doing sample play to the high basket with their 3D printed linkage gripper. They release one, 8 points. Electric Green pushing samples to their human player in the Blue Alliance observation zone.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Mechanical Meltdown continuing to score in that high basket. They have 2 in there so far. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Proto has 1 specimen on the Ascender. Attempted a second, missed the second. Let's see if they can land this third. Not quite. They are in a very good position going into Teleop, though.
Wow.
At the start of the Teleop period, we have all 4 bots continuing to be in motion. 17222 Proto capitalizing on their lined up position to attempt another specimen hang, unfortunately missing it. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 12833 Mechanical Meltdown.
Warwick's working out
Filling
their
up that high
3D printed to 3D printed gripper handoff with their Viper slides. They go to the high basket, 3 up for them on the Blue Alliance. Go back to their neutral sample from Autonomous there on the backfield. I love that gripper, Jerry. It's got that beak, that white 3D printed beak that orients the samples. Really smart engineering design.
Yeah, that 3-bar linkage is a big advantage. That is able to move linearly, even though they are using rotational energy to open and close. A really smart design on that linkage there.
Jerry, we know with the hangs late in the game that it can pitch 15, 30 points at a go. 124 to 100 here with 1 minute remaining in gameplay. Close game.
Yeah, looking back over on the Red Alliance, Proto continuing to be a formidable enemy. Seems to be pre-setting up all of their specimens for the remainder of the match so that they can continue to just bang them out as time goes on. Meanwhile, Mechanical Meltdown filling up that high goal with Alliance neutral. samples.
Good call out from the Blue Alliance partner player, the human coach that is, for Warwick, getting them up just a little bit higher on handoff.
Really cool design. If you look in Electric Mayhem Green, they have those big square LEDs. Those are actually being used to signal to their drivers the status internally of their robot. Those are made by GoBuilda. It's a new product offered this year.
7 specimens, now 8 from Electric Mayhem Green, doing a really nice job with their high chamber play. Oh, they lose that one in the bottom of the sub. They're going to scoot around their partners and go for a level 2 ascent. They've been effective with it since we started yesterday, yes. And it looks like Warwick would be off the ground
really
as well.
Cool design. You can see that PVC on Electric Mayhem Green being used for the ascent. That is going to be 4 hanging robots.
Oh, look at that. Love that.
That is 4.
Said 3. Bradley said 3 are good.
3? All right.
Or level 2 hangs. That's awesome.
We love to see it. All right, let's get the scores for qualification match number 27. Push to the board. And in match number 27, Red wins with a score of 217 to Blues 78. 146 of those points coming during the teleop period for the Red Alliance. Alrighty, qualification match number 29 is getting set up over here on field 1. Let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Blue Alliance from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. And joining them far across the state from Buffalo, New York, it's 12737 Electric Mayhem White.
Other side of the state here, 4809, we've got Botman from Albany. And from down in the southern tier, right along I-86, it's 6454. It's the Saints. Let's do a checkout. Blue Alliance, Solar Flare, Mayhem White. Can we get a thumbs up? Red Alliance, can we get thumbs up? Excellent. Referees, cool. Awesome. Jerry, over to you, my friend.
Alrighty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
All 4 bots alive. We love to see it. Here comes Botman. Now they come up just short with their high specimen. Saints goes to the high basket with a sample.
We can see right away Solar Flare scoring their first specimen onto the ascender. Meanwhile, Electric Mayhem White scoring 1 in the high goal, high basket.
Saints with their pinch grip. They go now for their 3rd sample to the high basket. Man, I think they got lucky with that one, but if it scores, it scores. Come up just short with number 4, but a really strong showing for the Red Alliance to start.
Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots still quite lively. 25707 is good to go.
We've got that customary kind of rack and stack mentality. Botman is now going to have 6 specimens on the wall ready to go. They hand off 1 to their robot, tip it over. The human player puts it back up. Can they get it to the chamber?
Interesting design. If you look over at Electric Mayhem White's intake, they have these 2 wheel mechanisms that are actually held together with a rubber band between them, so it expands dynamically as they gain traction on any elements in the field.
Saints playing yellow samples out of the sub. Looks like they've got 5 or 6 there in the high basket as they score here in teleop. Yep, they get it. Botman goes 2nd specimen on the high chamber. 3 for blue, 2 for red at this point in the early going. And Botman equalizes now. Oh, but they de-score 1. That's going to be a minus 10 points for them. Maybe they harvest it out of the sub. It'll be easy pickings because it's already assembled.
We can see over on the Blue Line, Solar Flare continuing to score those specimens, now at 4 on the ascender. Their alliance partner, Electric Mayhem White, filling up that high basket nicely. With 40 seconds left in the match, We can see some LEDs turning on Electric Mayhem White. That is a signal to their driver, actually, to showcase the status of their bot and kind of tell them where they're at. Entering endgame here, all 4 of these bots are capable of hanging. We'll see how late we wait in the game.
We are in endgame. Botman grabs that specimen off the floor. 174, 139, advantage blue. Just about a 40-point lead at this point.
You can see Saints is using a screw drive hang mechanism. It's very effective, but it is quite slow, so they have to hang pretty early in the match. With 5 seconds left in the match, let's see if we can get all these bots in the air.
I love this Saints bot, Jerry. I said it to you every time. It's just up, but it works.
That is going to be 3 level 2 hangs from that last match with 1 parking.
And speaking of last match, we're going to take a look back at this point to qual number 28, our scorekeepers. Let's go ahead and push that to the feed. Match 28 went to the Red Alliance. 240, 218, nice close game. A little bit of foul work there, but that helped the Red Alliance increase their stock as we near the halfway point of our qualifications. You know, it's funny, Jerry, on a normal qual, we aren't even through our driver meeting right now.
Indeed. That's the beauty of these 2-day quals. We are a little bit over halfway through our matches for the morning.
Yeah, lunch is going to be awesome.
I am looking forward to lunch today. As we get set up for a qualification match number 30 out of 64 matches, almost there. Let's meet our teams. Starting off from Burnt Hills, New York, it is team 7420 Mecha Spartans. And joining them from Red Hook, New York, it's 6567 Robo Raiders.
Robo Raiders currently sitting in the 2nd overall position in the standings. They'll face off against the Blue Alliance over here with me, 13371. That's the Sendy Sandstoners. And from Ballston Spa, New York, it's 6955, the Robo Vines. And their cheering section in the stands.
Indeed, and with that, we can see our lovely FTA Alex getting everybody nice and set up over on the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance appears to be ready to go. We will give them just a second to finish their setup proceedings, and we'll be right back.
If you're watching on the feed or here in the house, remember when we call out things like the Robo Raiders being currently set in the 2nd seed, each game results in ranking points that set the team's standings. Teams are vying to be in the top 6. Those 6 teams will be our Alliance captains when Jerry and I guide you through Alliance selections sometime after lunch. It'll be a little bit after match number 64. Again, this is match 30 as we near our halfway point. Alliances will create, or Alliance captains will select a partner to turn into an Alliance. We looking good on that side? Alex is clear? All right, we'll hit pause on that. Let's get to the game, Jerry. Take it away.
We'll get there in a minute. Alrighty, with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, can we get a thumbs up? Robovines and Sendy, double.
Referees, are you ready? Scorekeeping
Scorekeepers
is ready. Let's get this match started. In 3, 2, 1.
Signs of life from all 4 bots. Sendy goes to the high chamber, comes in just under it, drops their specimen inside the sub as Robovines harvests off the floor. They miss their 2nd sample. Will they score their 3rd? No, they do not. Can they get their 4th?
Meanwhile, over here on the Red Alliance, the Robo Raiders scoring in their high goal, throwing one outside the arena. They do have one stuck in their bot. Hopefully they're able to get that dislodged nice and quickly. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Mecha Spartans, is parked. We can see all 4 bots in motion as we resume play during the teleop period. 74-20, the Mecha Spartans are scoring in the low goal. Good communication between both the Robo Raiders and Mecha Spartans as to access to those goals.
88-7, that is, Blue Alliance, Robovines, and Sendy out to a commanding lead here at the midpoint of qualification match number 30. Robovines doing sample work out of the bottom of the submersible as Sendy goes for a little tour of the field.
We can see another covering mechanism that's being used on the Robo Raiders bot. That is a bug screen actually covering the back of that robot to keep any elements from falling into their wiring.
Checking in with the Sendy team, they are having a mechanical issue. RoboVines looks to score at the high basket. We've got 3 in the net zone below as they return to the sub. Looks like Sendy's going to have to be defensive play for the Blue Alliance for the remainder of the match.
Yeah, you can see there is still plenty to do even for bots that are playing defense. Feeding their offensive counterparts on the Alliance is definitely a good method.
Tell you, Jerry, Blue is well out in the lead, but don't sleep on Red. They've got 5 more specimens hanging on the wall. If they can get those to the chamber, that's going to be 50 points that will help them.
Yeah, Red is getting all set up here. We can see 65-67 Robo Raiders getting ready to stack up. They do have Sendy Sandstoners blocking access.
RoboVines brings another sample up to the high basket. With 15 seconds remaining, they go to the lower hang for a level 2 ascent.
We can see there is some concern with the refs about Sendy blocking access for those hang points.
Looks like Sendy had a frustrating finish there. They were going for a park, but scooted right back out of the observation zone. Robo looks to be in the air. We'll see what the referees have to say about them in both 74-20. Want to look for a score report from the last match?
Yeah, let's get the score report from that last match up on the board. And in qualification 29, Blue wins with a score of 205 to Red's 167. Alrighty, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 31. Starting with the Red Alliance from Rybrook, New York, swinging onto the field, it is team 4654, the Jellyfish. And joining them from Corning, New York, it's 5356, TARDIS.
And TARDIS and the Jellyfish will face off against a team that TARDIS knows well. It's 5485, the Gorilla Bots. These two teams practice about 25 feet away from each other in the same building. They are paired up, the Gorilla Bots are, with 4243. That's the Iron Devils. FTA Alex is working our teams through a knit here on field number 1. That is making sure that everything is ready. The kids have the right programs loaded. Gorilla Bots going through some final prep here. We'll get thumbs up in a moment.
Right now, we're just waiting on our head refs to make their way over from field number 2.
Bradley says we're good. We're going to look for a thumbs up from the Iron Devils, and Gorilla Bots steps into the box. Excellent.
Alrighty, and over here on the Blue Alliance, TARDIS Jellyfish, how we feeling? We good?
Referees, how we looking? Scorekeepers, we're good. We're going to count this one down, this being match number 31 at the Excelsior Championship in 3, 2, 1. Gorilla Bots slams their first specimen home on the high chamber, pushing another sample to their human player to make into a specimen.
We can hear over here on the Red Alliance 4654 having a lot of grinding on one side of their linear slide mechanism. Hopefully that doesn't affect them too much oil-wise. Meanwhile, their Alliance partner 5356 TARDIS, flawless auto so far, picking up the 3 Alliance neutral samples from the field, placing them in the high goal.
Gorilla Bots with 4 specimens on the high chamber. 124 to 100, advantage Red as we start. Thank you.
We can see over here TARDIS working with their human player to build samples almost as fast as they can be delivered to the human player station.
2 different strategies here, Jerry. The team over there with you, they are going back and forth with their scoring. Meanwhile, Gorilla Bots here, they're harvesting and stacking them to the wall to deploy late in the game. We'll see a massive score jump, 10 points for each of those specimens. different game strategies. Iron Devils going off the floor, sample work to the high basket. Those yellow samples are, again, neutral. Any team can grab those.
Indeed, and you can see all these human players kind of flinching away from their bots. That is a deliberate choice. There's a rule in First Tech Challenge. We can't have any hands in an area that the robot is in. It's making sure that all fingers are clear of those spots. We don't have any pinch hazards here today.
Gorilla Bots with 7, now 8 on the high chamber. Yes, 8. 55 seconds left in match number 31.
Red Alliance close behind TARDIS, snapping their 8th onto that high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Jellyfish, getting ready to hang.
Looks like Iron Devils was having some issues getting their samples out of the sub and into the high basket. They've got 4 or 5 up there. Gorilla Bots coming back for another specimen, tosses it out to their human player. Try again. There they go. That's headed for the chamber.
As we enter the end game, 46-54 is nicely poised to begin their hang. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, TARDIS, continuing to attempt to score, getting blocked briefly by 42-43, the Iron Devils, who are attempting to pick up some alliance-specific elements.
14 seconds to play. Can the team score one more? Who's going in for an ascent here? Gorilla Bots goes to the basket. Who can get up on the sub? Oh man, this is gonna be close.
That is at least 2 level 2 hangs.
I think we've got,
And I think looks like 2 1s and 2 2s.
to take a peek here. Yeah, I think you might be right. We'll let Bradley and the crew figure it out. Corey, the rest of them. We are so grateful to all of our referees. Everybody behind the scenes here is a volunteer making this happen for the kids, giving up their weekend to support the Excelsior region. We want to applaud and lift that up. Our judges, our referees, our live stream crew, our scorekeepers, everybody's here because they want to be for sake of these kids. So yes, let's lift those volunteers up in appreciation. Thank you very much.
And I'm hearing we have the scores for match number 30, so let's get those pushed to the screens, please. And in match number 30, Blue wins with a score of 172 to Reds 89. Alrighty, as we get ready for qualification match number 32, a nice half-stack qualification matches, let's meet our teams. Starting off from Tully, New York, it's 8863 Precision Cut-Ups. And joining them from Mamaroneck, New York, it's 14903 Sharkbots.
And Jerry over here with me in the blue box. I do love a good mashup. I'm going to call this one Fire Nerds. Fire Nerds. We've got
There you go.
Team 6347. It's Nerds of a Feather. And from the West Fulton Fire Department, it's 27239, the West Fulton Firebots. I like Fire Nerds. I'm gonna make that a thing.
I think we have to at this point.
At Fire Nerds on Instagram. Anybody? No? Okay.
We're just getting bots initialized and all set and ready to go over here. All right, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, thumbs up, please.
Referees.
Scorekeeper.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. 3 bots in motion. Sharkbots continuing with their very explosive auto, delivering 3 samples to their human player to become specimens right off the bat, picking up those specimens and scoring them.
We know that Corey worked hard to get these fields just right. West Fulton wanted to do a little check. They're doing kind of a bench press on the sub here. They're sitting idle for the rest of auto.
Meanwhile, over here on the Red Alliance, Precision Cut-Ups continuing to fill up that high basket.
Blue Alliance has some work to do here with my Fire Nerds. 27-239 goes to the wall, grabs a specimen. They'll look to take it to the high chamber, score it for 10 points. Nerds with a with a sample internal, looking for signs of life. No, they've got an error on their driver hub. Justin, our FTA, checks in.
Interesting strategy we can see over here being used by the Sharkbots. They actually slid all of their pre-scored specimens over on the Ascender so that they have room to continue to score them over the course of the match. The Red Alliance is using the strategy of pre-building as many specimens out of samples as they can, so that later in the game they can just cycle quickly and get those on the board.
And Jerry, good of you to note that high chamber work. I look at your precision cut-ups. They're filling the basket. Y'all might run out of space over there, buddy. Nerds goes to the high basket with a sample. 8 points for them. That's 63-47. Meanwhile, West Fulton is doing some specimen play to the high chamber. Can they connect?
We can see back over here on the Red Alliance, Sharkbots utilizing all of those pre-made specimens that they spent the first half of auto making. Now racking them up in rapid fire succession on the board. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Precision Cut-Ups, running out of space in that high basket. Hopefully they'll be able to start using that low basket.
I'm going to note right now with 40 seconds to play, we could be looking at a new high score here. Sharkbots had 40 points in the can off the wall. That high basket, the record right now.
Entering the end game here. This is an incredible show over here on the Red Alliance.
354 is the record in Excelsior. We may blow right past it.
We can see Sharkbots continuing that rapid fire cycle, scoring yet another specimen on that high bar.
Nerds in West Fulton going in for either Parks or Ascents. Contact with the sub. West Fulton starts their connect. Looks like that's going to be
with just a few seconds left. Let's see if we can get those hangs in. That is a level 2.
Awesome, awesome match. Jerry, even before the Ascents, if that teleop play plays, that's a new high score.
Yeah, so that is going to be 2 level 2s from 8863, but it is also going to be a major on 8863. We'll hear more from the refs in a minute once they finish deliberating.
Do I smell a 427? Can we get that last score? Excellent. Let's go ahead and push it. This will be the score out of match number 31. We'll post this, and then we'll get over to match 33. Match 31 goes to the Red Alliance. 261 to 244. That increases the stock for the Red Alliance. You see both of them ascending. Jellyfish up to 7th, TARDIS to 9th. Teams are vying as we... Actually, that was our halfway point. That was 32 right there. All right, we're on the downside. We've got a quick announcement for those of you feeling a little peckish. Advice is, do not use the vending machines. Do not use the vending machines here. They do not work on the weekend or some such, so you would lose your money. So don't do that. Again, that prayer room was open in 115 in this building. You can follow signs out of the lobby to go seek that out if you would like. And for those of you setting your sights on lunch, we're about 2 hours out, probably around 12:30 or so. We're going to keep pushing as many matches before lunch as we can. We're going to shift our focus back over to field number 1. Field number 1. On the Red Alliance, we're going to see 12-7-37. That's Electric Mayhem White as they charge up. They are playing with our current 13th place seed. That's New Wave 22-612. They are facing off against from Scarsdale, New York. It's the Scarsdale Robo Raiders. That's team 331. And from Corning, New York, down in the southern tier, it's team 5484, the Enderbots. They, of course, will be your Blue Alliance. Cool. We're looking to the Red Alliance for thumbs up. New Wave and Mayhem. Excellent. Getting a just one moment, please, from our Blue Alliance friends. We'll give them a moment to get ready. Excellent. We're looking for a thumbs up from the Blue Alliance now. Back to red real quick. Awesome. Referees, solid. Backfield, scorekeepers. Friends, this is going to be for us match 33. We are past the halfway point. We'll count it down here, teams, in 3, 2, 1. Mayhem White goes to the top basket with their dumper. That's 12-7-37. They look for a second sample off the floor. They do get it in autonomous. Up to the basket again. Away they go. Enderbots, meanwhile, answers with 2 to the high specimen. They go back for a third from their human player, the observation zone. Scarsdale Robo Raiders sitting idle, as is New Wave at this point. So it's a 1v1, red to blue as we go. Early lead goes to blue, 30-16. Will they get one more? No, they come up just short. All right, that converts up to 60-32 as we enter teleop. All 4 bots alive. Scarsdale goes for their clip pickup out of the OZ. This is the self-assembly bot that we've seen deal with some mechanical issues, but when this thing works, it is absolutely incredible. If you can't see it from the seats or the live stream, it can assemble specimens internally, do it all itself. They've got their first sample, they go down to their assembly line, and they come up with a specimen. Beautiful thing to see. Meanwhile, Enderbots is visiting the sub once again for yellow Nutra samples. New Wave going back to the sub as well. Mayhem White looks like they've gotten stuck. I see their human player resetting their controllers. Yes, they're back alive. New Wave, some sample play to the observation zone, looking for those specimens as Enderbots tosses one sample out and over their bucket. Scarsdale going back for their 5th specimen for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Enderbots answers with 1 more to the basket. New Wave comes up on their high chamber on the Red Alliance, does 3 there. Electric Mayhem White, I see a controller down. It looks like they might be dead in the water. FTA Alex is coming around to check in on them. Things are getting a little tight in the sub down here. Enderbots, Scarsdale, and New Wave all coming in for samples. New Wave goes to the high basket. Mayhem White back alive, good to see it. Enderbots comes back near me. Basket, high basket scores. Scarsdale looking to make more specimens. I'm not sure if they're having a clip problem with their assembly bot. They do have a sample ready to go. Enderbots back down in the sub. New Wave drops one on the floor. Mayhem White ready to hang for a level 2 ascent. Enderbots goes back to the sub one more time. Mayhem is in the air. New Wave grappling the bar. Enderbots comes to the basket. Scarsdale goes to the OZ. Enderbots looking to come up off the floor. New Wave, wonder if that's going to be a 1 or 2. Mayhem White clearly up. Scarsdale gets a park in the observation zone. Enderbots does not score on a park at the sub. Mayhem White looks like it's up, but we've yet to hear about New Wave's status, if that's a 1 or a 2. A 1 is contact with that lower silver bar, but you would also be in contact with the floor or something on the floor, a strut, a sample. Head referees Corey and Bradley taking a close look. Confirmed level 2 for New Wave, 15 more points to the Red Alliance. Fist pumps, I see that. Nicely done. We're gonna let that come, and we're looking for a score. Folks, I think you're gonna wanna pay attention to this one. This is our score from our halfway point match. Match 32. It goes to the Red Alliance. 419. 419. Absolutely incredible score. We're gonna look up real quick. 419 points. Friends, let me tell you, that is good for the number 16 score on the planet this morning. That's the team of Precision Cut-Ups 88-63, and Sharkbots 14-903, a 419, 306 points in teleop. They gave up 15 points in fouls, respectfully, didn't make a difference. That is currently the 16th highest score on planet Earth, right here in the Excelsior region. What a morning. We'll turn our attention back to field number 2. No pressure, no pressure. Play your game, right? Do your best. J-Bots and Proto. Interesting storyline here in the Blue Alliance. J-Bots is an untested bot as of yesterday, right? No qualifications on that bot. That was new construction. Is that right? Okay, I was mistaken. They did have that bot at Broad Albin, so this is second gameplay. Proto's bot completely rebuilt since their last match. So 2 newer bots. Blue Alliance, again, that's 17222. Proto 16700 from John Jay High School. The J-Bots, give it up for the Blue Alliance. And they will be facing off against 7420. That's our friends, the Mecha Spartans, in their custom maroon. Maroon in the Red Alliance. Goes well with orange as well. It's orange 2203. That's Vulcan Robotics on the Red Alliance. All right, with that, we've got Corey and Bradley, our head referees. Let's check in with the Red Alliance, Mech Spartans, Blue Alliance. Awesome over here, referees. Corey, Bradley. And our scorekeepers are ready. Friends, this is match number 34. In 3, 2, 1, take it away. Vulcan goes up to the high basket, but they miss on their first drop. J-Bots excited as they pivot samples to their human player. 1, 2, 3. Now we return for specimens to go to the high chamber. Comes up short on their first grab. Mecha Spartans sitting idle in their observation zone. 3 points for the park there. J-Bots comes under the high chamber. Can they score this one? They do. That's 20 points now. Can they get 30? Nice. Right in under the buzzer. As we get into the driver control period, Blue out to a lead, 60-35. Mecha Spartans goes for the high basket with a sample. They drop it just shy. It's in the net zone. That is worth a few points. We'll see if they grip it again and get it up into that high basket. Meanwhile, Vulcan is shepherding samples to the red observation zone. J-Bots doing a gripper-to-gripper handoff for the high basket play. Proto shuffling samples for that Blue Alliance out of the submersible over to the Blue Alliance human player, converting those into specimens. Vulcan comes back. We need an FTA on the red side. Vulcan comes back. Red samples, now 5 of them ready. They start doing some wall work, headed, as we know, to that high chamber. I love Vulcan's mechanism. If you look closely, they've got these 2 articulated arms. Really clever design, compact, but wonderful to watch. Prevents them from having to spin their chassis as they go. J-Bots comes back to the lower, or to the submersible, I should say, grabs another sample up to the high basket. Looks like 4 or 5 in there at this point. Proto starts harvesting specimens off the wall. They de-score 1, but they score another. We'll see if they get that one off the floor. It'll be easy pickings for them, remembering that each specimen is worth 10 points as they get it to the high chamber. J-Bots returns to the basket. Over to the Red Alliance, we've got 4 specimens on the high chamber as Vulcan returns to the wall. Yes, they grapple one up and in as we reach endgame. Looks like Mecha Spartans is dead in the water. Unfortunately, Vulcan clipping rather aggressively to that high chamber, but it works. 162 blue, 88 red, 17 seconds left. Proto clips another to the high chamber. Can they get one more in before they hang? Drive, 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 the command from the Proto human player. They've got to get up, got to get scored. We see them swinging freely. J-Bots snuck in one more sample in the high basket right before the buzzer. Vulcan gets a park in the red observation zone. High fives all around for the Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, and here we have the scores from the last qualification match, so let's get those up on the board. And blue wins with a score of 165 to Red's 116. Qualification match 33 goes to the Blue Alliance. Alrighty, let's get ready to meet our teams for match number 35. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Corning, New York, it's 53-56, TARDIS. And joining them in the red square, from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707, Solar Flare. Over on the Blue Alliance from Boston Spa, New York, it is 69-55, RoboVines. And joining them from Buffalo, New York, it is 12736, Electric Mayhem Green.
That is a lot of green over here with me in the Blue Alliance.
Really, we got to call it the Green Alliance now.
And I don't match today, Jerry. Although you and I, man, we're looking rather spiffy together, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. We gotta get some green on the Hawaiian shirts in here.
There you go.
We gotta match with everyone else.
All right, we're gonna check in with the Blue Alliance. Green and green, thumbs up. Awesome.
Red Alliance, how we doing?
We're waiting on some referees. We are streaming at excelsiorny.org/live. Thank you to Gregory and Mira behind the desk there, pushing us out to Excelsior and beyond. You can also find it on the YouTube channel, Excelsior FTC. Got a nudge here from my friend Nate, the human coach in the Blue Alliance, the Open Alliance project from the Mayhem sister teams up at the Nichols School in Buffalo. Great opportunity for teams to collaborate, share, and more across FTC. You can stop by the Mayhem Green Pit to learn more about the FTC Open Alliance. Founded this year, how many active teams? 28. It's a kind of a shared open source mentality. We will show you everything of ours. We can see everything of yours. We learn from each other and we're better together, right? That's about it. So really, really awesome work from Mayhem Green. Thanks for the reminder, Nate, and congratulations to you guys.
Looking a little bit closer at some of these bots as we wait for our refs. If you look at 25707 Solar Flare, that is a CNC pocketed frame they have going on. They are utilizing looks like a cable-driven hook system for their hang mechanism, using a cable winch to actually open and close the inside of those hooks. Alrighty, we got a head ref. So with that, Blue Alliance, you ready? Red Alliance is ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
RoboVines goes to the top basket with their first sample. Electric Mayhem Green to the high chamber with their first specimen. Both score. RoboVines comes up with a second.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Solar Flare missed their first basket and dropped their specimen, or dropped their sample, excuse me, inside of their robot, disabling them for the rest of the auto period. TARDIS currently has 2 specimens hanging on the sender.
RoboVines comes in. They're looking for a first level park. I don't think they're in contact with that bar. 84-40, Blue leads in the early going. RoboVines going after, oh no, RoboVines lost one of their compliant wheels. They are not going to be able to intake from the submersible. Watch for 6955 to push and maybe play some defense as that compliant wheel is out there on the floor. Electric Mayhem Green comes in and out from the sub to their human player, racking and stacking specimens on the wall.
My best guess for 6955 right now would be to pick up those last couple samples they have going on the floor, and we'll see from there. Looking back over at the Red Alliance, we can see Solar Flare starting to fill up the top basket they have on the red side. They were able to get that sample dislodged. 53-56, TARDIS with a very fast cycle. You can see they actually hooked their specimens upside down. That is because they are passing just to the second stage of their intake in order to score those specimens.
Electric Mayhem Green goes back to the high chamber. They clip another one in, 114 to 122, 45 seconds to play.
Robovine's playing very defensively, making lots of contact with Tardis's robot.
Caution here from the referee on Electric Mayhem Green for that human player to stay clear and make it obvious. We can't have contact with the robot and the human player on a game piece at the same time. 172, 114, 26 seconds to go, red.
We can see TARDIS had a brief entanglement with one of their specimens falling inside of the robot. They were able to get that resolved and are now hanging it. 69-55, Robovine's attempting their level 2 hang. You can see once again that cable-driven hang mechanism to winch their way up onto the ascender.
Electric Mayhem Green getting the call out from their human player. Go climb, go climb. Can Solar Flare get up? Do we get 4 up? 216 to 124 in the early.
With just a few seconds left, that appears to be 2 level 2 hangs.
So Jerry, I found out on good information, we've got an update on match 32. Jay, Phil, would you guys push that, please? We'd like to announce this. Friends, you might want to watch the screens. This is from match 32. We know that the red team won, but what we didn't know is it's 429, good for number 11 on the planet. 429 points, the current just out of the top 10 globally. Awesome to have right here in the Jorgensen Fieldhouse at MVCC.
Utica has not been a very competitive league in the past, so great to see those scores coming up. Let's get the scores from the most recent game up on the board. And in the last game, Blue wins with a score of 231 to Red's 98.
And speaking of the Sharkbots, Jerry, we see them again. They're here with me on the Blue Alliance. That's team 14903. They are partnered, they're partnered with 13371, and they're orange. That's the Sendy Sandstoners.
And over here on the Red Alliance from Fayetteville, New York, it's team 4957, the FM Hornets. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Cross River, New York, it's 10949 Mob. FTA Alex is getting everybody all set up here on the field, making sure that our robots are properly set, touching the walls, good to go. Looking a little closer at some of the mechanical design in these bots. We've seen 14903 several times today, utilizing that accordion mechanism for cable management. 10949 taking a slightly different approach, just using a large V shape to take care of their cables heading out to their retractable portions. Meanwhile, Mob on the other side utilizing more of a gantry crane style mechanism. Utilizing actually a slinky to police up those servo cables heading up to their gripper. 13371 Sendy Sandstoners. Similar design to what we see on Mob's bot, utilizing that one big cantilever arm in the middle of the bot. However, theirs is gear driven and utilizes a retractable ring in order to manage their cables.
So again, we're a little bit under 2 hours out from lunch. It's 10:40 right now. We'll take our lunch break right at 12:30, depending on where we are with that match. We will resume match play at 1 o'clock and set our sights on Alliance selections. That's still kind of out on the horizon. Are we looking good to send it?
I think we're looking good to get started. Teams have been introduced. So with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. So let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Sharkbots comes alive. They dance to their samples, harvesting them to the observation zone. 1 on the high chamber already. Will they go 5 for 5?
We can see over here Mob scoring 1 on the high chamber, getting hung up on the side of the Ascender. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the FM Hornets, got stuck on that low basket. No worries though, they'll get that resolved during teleop.
Just a beautiful dance here from the Sharkbots, pirouetting back and forth from the chamber to the observation zone and parking for good measure. 50 to 14 turns into 103 to 28, advantage blue as we get started.
Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots are in motion. We have 49-57, the FM Hornets, grabbing their first specimen from their human player. Meanwhile, Mob continuing to pick up from the field those remaining samples and scoring them in the high goal.
And looking at this exchange of gameplay, Sendy now on these specimens after Sharks knows that their strength in teleop is to the high basket. They're just gonna cycle back and forth all game long, fill it. They might set their sights on that lower basket if they fill right up. 151 to 38, 130 remaining in match number 36. Sharks goes back to the sub, up to the high basket. Sendy, meanwhile, looking for more blue specimen samples, that is, out of the sub. They're going to turn those into specimens with their human player, look to score those on the high chamber. How's the Red Alliance looking, Jerry?
Red Alliance looking really good. As we've seen in this game, it's all about the cycle time. 109.49, the Mob has been lining up, doing their best to pick up those samples that have been sitting on the field. They do appear to be having some issues with their transition mechanism internally in their bot.
We know Mob a little bit. I'm really frustrated for them. It's kind of an uncharacteristic mechanical morning that they're having. You can see it on their faces. We've got Sharks in and out of the sub, filling that high basket. Watch it up off the top as Sendy is
FTA.
Sendy's making work of the high chamber, 10 points apiece with those specimens. 24 seconds remaining as teams look to ascend in the late game.
49-57 appears to have suffered a disconnect. Hopefully the FTA Alex is able to get that resolved. We've got bots all over the place inside the Ascender. 13371 Sendy Sandstoners climbing up to pull off their very reliable level 3 that we've seen so many times today. Sharkbots also attempting their level 2, Mob scoring a level 1.
Nice, Sendy was able to work that out. They were up and down. You have to be clear of the bar for that level 3. Bradley's giving them the okay to come on down.
And with that, here we have the scores for qualification 35. Let's get those on the board. And in match number 35, Red wins with a score of 241 to Blues 142. 10 of those points coming from foul. 196 points in teleop, putting 53-56 and 25707 as the 5th and 4th ranked teams heading into the late morning.
Little interlude here, an announcement from our PDP, Tina. There is a quiet room in room 108. There is adult supervision there. Puzzles, sketchbooks, Etch-a-Sketch, other kind of things like that. Maybe some of our younger audience members or anybody, frankly, needing a break can go and just relax a little bit in 108. And again, that prayer room is available in room 115. All are welcome. Again, 115, prayer room, quiet room, 108. Families, parents, once I find out where the coffee room is, I will let you all know.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for match number 37. Starting off from Albany, New York, it's team 4809. Batman!
How many times a year do you think they hear that? From you and me, at least 4.
I'm sure.
I love it.
Every single match I've done it. And swimming up next to him from Rybrook, New York, it's 4654, the Jellyfish.
And they are facing off against our friends, 27-364. It's our rookie team, the Battery Battalion. And one of the oldest teams in our region, 63-47. It's Nerds of a Feather. We are going to check in with Jellyfish and Botman. Can we get a thumbs up out of the Blue Alliance, please? We're going to wait for Botman. I see them getting active with their controller. No rush. We want to make things sure all things are in order. You heard me call out the old team, new team. We are giving rookie numbers to 29,000 teams now, 63-47. Nerds, they've been around a minute. Botman even earlier. Battery Battalion, Nerds, thumbs up. Excellent. Referees, thumbs up. Scorekeepers, thumbs up. Jerry, over to you, buddy.
All righty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, Jellyfish, nice and active, scoring their first specimen on that high bar.
Jellyfish going it alone right now, Jerry. Only bot active, another one of our older teams in the section.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see today, especially, you don't need to have necessarily the fastest bot. It's all about reliability, especially during the teleop period.
I think my eyes got it right, Jerry. It's interesting. Their first specimen, they hung from underneath, but the second one, they came down on top. That's an interesting that their gripper works both ways.
They're using that first specimen as their wall attach point during the staging.
Nerds goes to the high chamber, up, 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 down, down, down. 10 points for the Red Alliance as Battery Battalion goes to the yellow samples off the spike marks, scoring in the high basket. They do 8 points to the Red Alliance.
One of the things you might not be able to see on the live stream, but you could definitely see right up here up close with the bots, is just how many googly eyes are on Jellyfish's robot. There are at least 8 sets of googly eyes I can see across this bot.
We've got Battery Battalion working to harvest another neutral yellow sample off the near field to the audience. Nerds coming back to the observation zone. They've got 4 specimens locked and loaded for high chamber hangs.
Interesting strategy we can see over here that Botman's using. Instead of handing their specimens to their robot like so many teams have been doing today, they've actually preset them at an angle in the ascent zone for their bot to grab.
96-26 as we cross the 1-minute mark on qualification match number 37.
46-54, the Jellyfish working on lining up for their endgame position.
Advantage on chamber specimens, blue 6, red 3 at this point. Nerds, this is awesome. Nerds looking to get a sample out of Battery Battalion so the battalion can keep playing.
That's a great method, especially using that intake design they have going on there too.
They gave it a try, but they decided to get back to scoring with 30 seconds remaining. We enter endgame as Battery Battalion looks to get on the sub.
No worries though, even though there is that sample stuck in there, they are still allowed to hang even with it attached. Botman narrowly avoiding becoming disabled due to that sample. Let's get these bots up in the air.
No. Okay. Yep.
That is a level 2 for both Blue Alliance teams.
And that's our first low chamber hang, I think, of the weekend.
That is our first low chamber of the weekend. Yeah. Alrighty, here we have the scores for the previous match. Let's get those on the board. Blue wins with a score of 340 to Reds 79, putting 14903 in third place and 13371 in a close fourth.
So Sharkbot holds steady with that, sitting on that beautiful top 11 score, 14903. We're looking for ranking points out of 8 qualification matches. Bots are going to need to stay healthy all day so that they can be more than functional but competitive in the double elimination bracket that we will finish this championships with. We'll get to that much later this afternoon. We are going to take lunch at 12:30 or at match 52, whichever that is. We're going to resume at 1:15, so we're going to have a little bit of a longer break than we are used to. 1:15, we will resume match play. After match 64, we will get to alliance selections. As I said, much more on that in the future. Jerry, who do you have over there in the red box?
Yeah, let's get ready to meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Corning, New York. It's team 5485 GorillaBots. And flying in next to him from Port Chester, New York, it's number 18, the Techno Chicks.
We've got team 7486. It's Zephyrin Robotics partnered up with, from the West Fulton Fire Department, it's 27239, the West Fulton Firebots. FTA Alex hard at work as always, checking inits with our teams. Thumbs up out of the red box. Excellent. Alex clears the field. Let's make it official for gameplay. GorillaBots, Techno Chicks, thumbs up. Blue Alliance, thumbs up. Excellent. Referees and our scorekeepers, we are ready. Jerry, I'll hand it to you.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
West Fulton goes to the high chamber with their first specimen. Much more successful than last game. Excellent. Meanwhile, Zephyrin goes to the high basket with their, yes, first sample. 18 points for the Blue Alliance so far.
We can see over here on the Red Alliance GorillaBots scoring on that high chamber now 2 specimens, though one is not fully locked, setting up 3 over the course of their autonomous.
I love what the West Fulton team has programmed in on their autonomous. They do a little fact check to make sure that they've got the right alignment with the human player. Good park.
Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots remain in motion. Techno Chicks lining back up to score in their high goal. Meanwhile, GorillaBots attempting to pick up the remaining specimens that they had dropped during auto.
Sorry for stepping on you there. 7486 sample play off the floor. Zephyrin going for the high basket with another 8-point score. They get it. Meanwhile, 27-239, West Fulton is in and out of the submersible with their compliant wheels, harvesting samples, turning them into specimens. Good gameplay from their human player, good communication to stay out and stay clear of any fouls.
GorillaBots 5485 continuing to score in the high goal. Interesting strategy we've seen with Techno Chicks and GorillaBots actually switching their strengths. Since GorillaBots has that faster cycle time, they are aiming to fill up those goals, whereas Techno Chicks continues to feed the specimens to the human player.
Red Alliance has pulled ahead by almost 20 points, now a little bit more, 101-85, 1 minute to play in match number 38. It's specimen play 5v4 in favor of blue at this point, but again, red's ahead with strong GorillaBots play up there with you, Jerry, on that high basket. Zephyrin facing some challenges for the same gameplay out of the sub. That active intake of theirs has been a little bit temperamental this morning.
Yes, indeed. We can see over on the Red Alliance 5485, GorillaBots continuing to fill up that high basket, now switching to their Alliance-specific red colors. Meanwhile, Techno Chicks human player acting as a spotter and route planner to define where their specimens are going to come from and racking those specimens up on the ascender.
Cameron, the human player for Fulton, directing her driver around Zephyrin to get up into the yoga hang. Watch this transformer bot on the far side. Really, really cool mechanical design that can get them up to the third ascent, I should say.
Will we have 4 hanging robots?
Looks like Zephyrin.
That is at least a hang on all bots.
I think Corey's going to get underneath 18 there to check for a level 2, looking for airdrop.
We'll see 7486 suffering another tape measure issue. That is one of the issues we see with the tape measure lift mechanisms is if they bend too far in one direction, they will snap and they have to be fully retracted in order to fix that.
Jerry, have you ever seen those teams double them up for more strength? They reverse the concavity towards each other?
I've seen teams double them up. I've seen teams put them back to back with each other. It is a good method, but there is some risk always involved.
If we had a Christmas match, they could use candy canes.
Exactly. All right, let's get the scores of the previous match up on the board. And in match number 37, blue wins with a score of 146 to red 77, putting the Jellyfish in seed number 6 and 4809 at rank 18.
And with that, you know it, we're back at field number 1, qualification match number 39. We're gonna see our first ranked team, that's Team Beta, 8397, teamed up with 12833 with their orange hair. That's Mechanical Meltdown. Give it up for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance sees 42-43. The Iron Devils teamed up with 69-96. That's Oncoming Storm.
Alrighty, and with that, Blue Alliance, are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready, so let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Meltdown and Beta both come to life. Meltdown up high on the basket. Beta goes to the high chamber for their first specimen score of the match.
Oncoming Storm, a little bit misaligned on the start of their auto. No worries, though. They were able to at least collect another specimen to be made.
Beta comes up just short with their second specimen. Looks like the gripper didn't have a good purchase on it. Mechmelt goes for their fourth sample, just tosses it right in the upper basket, and does not make contact with the sub.
3, 2, 1.
Entering the driver control period, we can see Oncoming Storm quickly picking up the rest of those red samples to convert into specimens. Their arm is unfortunately positioned a little bit too low, making it difficult for them to continue to grab them.
Mechmelt with its dual compliant wheel intake in and out of the submersible, scoring again to the high basket. Beta harvesting all of the samples off the floor. They'll convert those. They're going to reclaim that lost specimen, have Miriam, their human player, reposition it for scoring on the high chamber.
Over here on the Red Alliance, 42-43, the Iron Devils continuing to score into that high basket. You can see once again using that pass-through system. They do also have a color sensor on the end of their intake mechanism so that they can identify the red elements versus yellow elements.
Beta dips into the sub, gets another blue sample. They've got now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 specimens ready to go. That'll be worth 50 points if they can score them all in the high chamber.
We can see Iron Devils dropping another sample inside of their robot. Hopefully they're able to get that dislodged. Still plenty of time left in the match for them.
Mechmelt looking for more samples to bring over on basket play on the far side. They score one more, that's 8 points to the Blue Alliance.
Interesting design-wise, I know we've been talking about cable management all day today, but 12833 is utilizing a telephone-style cable that actually self-coils back into a tight little package.
157
when,
to 62 as we approach endgame.
Entering the endgame period, all 4 of these bots are able to hang, so let's see how we do. Oncoming Storm, you can see once again, that is a cable drive mechanism that they use to deploy and retract their hang arms.
How many climbs do we have here, Jerry?
That's at least level 1s for everybody. Let's see if we can get 42-43 up in the air. Iron Devils moving their way up. That looks like level 2s for each of the Red Alliance and a 1 and a 2 for the Blue.
I love this Mechmelt bot. It's just like swinging like a little kid on a tire swing, just hanging out.
It's awesome.
It's like, give me 15 points. Give me 15 points.
Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification. 38 on the board. And in match number 38, Red wins with a score of 190 to Blues 136. 190 to 136. Alrighty, we are already at qualification match number 40. So let's get ready to meet our team. Starting off from Red Hook, New York, it is team 6567 Robo Raiders. And joining them from Tully, New York, it's 8863, the Precision Cut-Ups. Over on the Blue Alliance from Binghamton, New York, it is 6454 Saints Robotics. And joining the Blue Alliance from Warwick, New York, it's 21580 Warwick Wildcats.
Do keep in mind that we have 2
Alrighty, Red Alliance, are you ready?
hours to run 12 matches. If we stop at 52.
Red Alliance is ready. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots are in motion. The Robo Raiders scoring 1 specimen on that high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Precision Cut-Up scoring 2, potentially 3. Yep, looks like 3 up in that high basket. Looking over to the other side, Warwick Wildcats scoring 2 in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Saints Robotics attempts to score twice on the high bar. Scoring but not latching 1 specimen on the high bar for the Blue Alliance. Coming back to the Red Alliance, we are at 3 scored on the lander.
Wildcats goes back to the 4 for their last sample up to the high basket. They score it for another 8 points as Saints makes a run to the observation zone.
Coming back over to the Red Alliance, the Robo Raiders are working hard to pick up those Alliance-specific red elements, bring them over to get converted into specimens, and then hang them back on the lander. Meanwhile, their Alliance partner 8863, the Precision Cut-Ups, filling up that high basket just as quickly as I could talk.
Jerry, I can barely keep up with how fast that precision cut-up spot is.
That is a very fast robot.
Again, if you're just joining us, they're currently on the 11th top score in the world with 14,903 Sharkbots for match 32. Saints comes back in on the sub to harvest a wayward specimen. They'll bring it back to their human players so they can reposition and score it. Wildcats looking for another blue or yellow sample out of the bottom so they can go to the basket.
We can see back over on the Red Alliance that the Robo Raiders attempted to score a 4th specimen, unfortunately failed. You can see how quickly that human player is getting out of the way of those robots, because those robots come at them fast. How's Blue Alliance doing?
The human player listened to the referee, getting her hand out of there. I love it. Advantage Red, 5 specimens to Blues 2 on the high chambers. We'll see if Saints can convert here late in the game.
We can see actually a driver assist feature on 6567's robot. They have a single button press mechanism that is driving it in and closing the gripper on their specimen grab mechanism.
12 seconds remaining, 10 now. And that'll do it.
That looks like a level 2 hang for the Red Alliance and a 1 and a 2 for Blue.
Corey and Bradley checking out Saints, as always, just off the deck. If we could, we'll take a score, Jay. Let's go ahead and push that to the big boards. This should be, what, match 39?
And in match number 39, Blue wins with a score of 203 to Red's 100. That leaves 8397 Beta in the first place spot.
Does look like we're going to stop around match 52. We might update that for you. It's a little back and forth right now. We're talking about how to manage the schedule into the afternoon. Mindful of giving the judges enough space and time to make all of their deliberations. You might have seen judges in the pits just recently. They travel around and interview students about their bot, about their outreach journey, about their programming and control systems, and more. And then they go make decisions. You'll hear much more about that from Jerry during awards at our closing ceremony. Let's meet these teams. Over here with me in the Red Alliance, it's Nerds of a Feather, team 6347. And sticking with our feathery theme in the Red Alliance, it's team 16700. That's the J-Bots.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have team 17222 Proda, joined by 25707 Solar Flare.
This will be match number 41. Blue Alliance, we're looking for a thumbs up. Proda, Solar Flare. Proda, excellent. Red Alliance, thumbs up. J-Bots, excellent. Referees say yes. Scorekeeper, Jay. There we go, thumbs up. We are gonna kick this match off in 3, 2, 1.
Start of the match, both Blue Alliance robots in motion. We have some very fast cycle times. Proda working to bring elements back to convert into specimens. Meanwhile, Solar Flare scoring 3, nay 4 Alliance neutral elements in the high basket.
J-Bots comes up just short on 2 specimens. Look like they're going to miss their third, unfortunately. A little bit off the mark with their human player. Can they get this last one? No. 129-40 advantage over on the blue side, Jerry. Nerds is doing a little bit of cleanup after the J-Bots here with their red specimens, getting those back to the human player to make sure they're available for scoring here in Teleop.
We can see over here on the Blue Alliance, Proto cycling very quickly back, spitting out those Alliance neutral samples. They only want those Blue Alliance specific ones that they can convert as many as possible into specimens. Meanwhile, over here, their Alliance partner, Solar Flare, filling up that high basket. You can see utilizing another big 3D printed scoop mechanism. Gives them a lot of room for motion inside their bot as they move around.
We've got J-Bots on the yellow samples out on the far side off the spike marks. Gripper to gripper exchange. Oh, they come up just short. That one's going to be headed for the high basket if they can get that exchange right. Meanwhile, the J-Bots human player for the Red Alliance has 4 specimens ready to go to score to the high chamber.
On the outside here, we can see 17222 Proto scoring a third specimen on that high chamber.
227 to 88, 45 seconds to play in qualification match number 41.
Solar Flare overflowing that high basket right now. We'll see how many more they can get in there without descoring any elements.
It's kind of like Jenga or something.
God, don't bring me back to Skystone like that.
That basket has no control on it at all, and they're placing with some precision. That's really incredible to see.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, Solar Flare props.
That is a very full basket. Oh, no.
They wanted to give that one to you, Jerry.
Yeah.
0 points, though.
Solar Flare achieving a level 2 hang. Proto attempting a level 3.
Well,
that is
well
2
done.
hanging Blue Alliance robots. A very full bin for the Blue Alliance. What a match.
Lots of smiles from that Blue Alliance. Let's push a score from the last one. We'll bring that to you. This will be the match number 40. Match number 40 goes to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins with a score of 267 to 150. Another clean game. That ups Precision Cut-Ups to 3rd position. 65-67 Raiders goes up to the 6th position.
Everybody else? We will stop after 52.
Got it. We're going to stop after match 52. We're going to take a lunch break from 12:15 to 1:15. 12:15 to 1:15. That's a full hour for the Excelsior region. That's very rare for lunch in the Excelsior region. Normally, we're wolfing it down. So you can bank on match play resuming with match 53 on field number 1 at 1:15. Jerry and I'll hit that a couple more times before we dismiss you out. Let's meet some teams over on your side, buddy.
Yeah, let's get ready. So, starting off on the Red Alliance from Buffalo, New York, it's 12736 Electric Mayhem Green. And joining them all the way from the North Country in Potsdam, New York, it's 13371 Sendy Sandstoners.
We've got Scarsdale Robo Raiders, that's 12331, teamed up with Team 4809 from the Albany Academies, it's Botman. I'm curious, Jerry, if we visited the Albany Academies, do they make their robot in the bot cave? Did they drive here in a Botmobile?
I mean, by definition, any vehicle they're in is Botmobile.
Is there a Robin around here somewhere? I don't know.
I'm a fan of the orange shirts Sendy's got going on here. There are two people here wearing orange shirts. Those are the FTAs and Sendy Sandstoners.
Yes.
You always know where they are. It's great.
FTA Alex, speaking of our FTAs, our technical assistants, making sure that our communication systems are as they need to be for each alliance. We want to make sure that everybody's got the shot at fair play, full play. Looks like one last adjustment here for Scarsdale on their bot.
Making some final adjustments. Scarsdale has that really cool mechanism, but it is a little bit finicky. So I got to make sure it's preloaded appropriately.
Little tightening with an Allen wrench. I thought it was a zip tie. Allen wrench adjustment here for 12.331. Again, they're partnered with Botman 4809. We've got 13.371 Sendy Sandstoners and 12.736 Electric Mayhem Green from the Nichols School. These are teams that all are very much aware of each other in the Excelsior region. Students, if you're not aware, there is an Excelsior region Discord that is primarily a student space for communication, sharing, commiseration, celebration, and more. There's a number of teams that are real active with it. You ask around, you can get the invite to Discord in the Excelsior region. Jerry, you're there as well. Somebody could talk to you about the invite, right?
Indeed I am, yeah. If anybody has any questions, find me at lunch, find me down here. I'm happy to get you in that. We should have some posters up hopefully later this afternoon with invite links to that.
Awesome. Red Alliance, we'd like to check in. Sandy, Electric Green, we need a thumbs up from you guys. Blue Alliance, solid, double, bot, excellent. Referees and our scorekeepers, we are good to go. This is gonna be match number 42. We are 10 away from lunch. In 3, 2, 1.
Start of the match, we got 3 bots in motion. 1, 2, 7, 3, 6, Mayhem Green. Appears to be a little bit stuck on something there. They're wobbling all over the place. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved. No worries though, their alliance partner, Sendy Sandstoners, quickly setting up several specimens.
Scarsdale comes in, you hear a cheer as they picked up, I think they got 4, maybe 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clips successfully. They are now loaded for that automated bot. And of course, what that does for the Blue Alliance is means that they reduce their cycle time back and forth from the sub to the high chamber. They can make those specimens on demand out on field. Botman harvest yellow samples. Go ahead, Jerry.
Over on the Red Alliance, 13371, recovering one of the specimens that they had dropped earlier in the match, as well as another sample to turn into a specimen. They are banking all those to get ready for the middle section of the game. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Mayhem Green, still seems to be having some motion issues, becoming a defensive bot, starting to make some contact with Scarsdale over there. How's Blue Alliance looking?
A little bit of Mayhem Green coming over to say hello to the suffering bot. Maybe they want to take a closer look as Botman returns to the bottom of the sub for a sample. They're going to take that up to the high basket as Green continues its tour of the field.
Oh, I can see what's happened on Mayhem Green. You can actually see their intake is getting lodged, stuck underneath. They seem to have a mechanism failure that's causing it to fall, and then they lose traction with their front mecanum wheels there, making them lose the ability to move.
That contact is legal. The referees will wave them off when they've exceeded that limit. Nice little pirouette from Botman. They twisted right around Mayhem Green, said we can still score. Back to the sub they go for another sample. Scarsdale goes down. They're looking for another specimen on their automation bot.
Entering the endgame period here, we can see Sendy Sandstoners continuing to hang those specimens in their ascent zone.
100 to 60, 108 to 70 now. 17 seconds remaining. Botman goes in for one more sample out of the submersible.
Mayhem Green getting set up for a level 2 ascent. Sendy setting up for a level 2 ascent. That is 2 level 2 ascents for the Red Alliance. Sendy going for a level 3. Sendy has achieved a level 3. Very reliable level 3 ascent.
112-70. Quite a bit more defensive play in that one, Jerry, than we've seen so far today from Electric Mayhem Green.
Very, very defensive on the part of Mayhem Green. Great to see how reliable Zendy has been with their level 3 hang, though. Let's get those scores on the board.
We've got the thumbs up. Let's see it.
And in qualification match number 41, Blue wins with a score of 339 to Red's 163.
That moves Solar Flare up into 3rd position.
That is 5 foul points for each team, so no major advantages there.
And Team Proto, I want to shout out the kids from the Twin Tiers Christian Academy down in Breezeport. They have a brand new bot, untested in qualifiers. They currently sit in 10th position, solidly in the mix, potentially, the way the math works, potentially a Alliance captain there. They could move all the way up. Really impressive work for the Proto kids.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams, starting with the Blue Alliance. We have from Plattsburgh, New York, it's team 8397 Beta. And joining them in the blue square from Corning, New York, it's 5356 TARDIS.
And we just saw Electric Mayhem Green. Now it's time for 12-737 Electric Mayhem White. They are playing with Team 18. So easy to say, it's the Techno Chicks. That is our Red Alliance. Red Alliance, we're looking for a thumbs up. Blue Alliance, looking for a thumbs up. Referees, scorekeepers, Jerry, over to you, my friend.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots in motion. 5356 TARDIS scoring 1 specimen to begin with. 8397 scoring in the high basket. How's the Red Alliance looking?
Techno Chicks comes up short on their first specimen. White makes work of 2 samples up to the high basket, comes up short on their 3rd sample off the ground. As does Techno Chicks, they come up empty-handed to the high chamber.
That is an issue we've seen with Techno Chicks a couple times today. That servo motor seems to keep getting stuck on top of their bar as they go to hang. Ending the autonomous period, TARDIS with 3 specimens hanging.
3 points for Techno Chicks on the park. All bots healthy as we enter teleop. 92-35, a minute 50 remaining.
Start of the teleop, 8397 Beta scoring a 3rd in the high goal there. 5356 TARDIS pushing more samples back to convert to specimens. With their very efficient mechanism, they only drop and pick up a sample and specimen respectively at the same time.
Want to shout out our human player over here on Team 18. Really good directions to her drivers from the Techno Chicks. Communication can make such a difference in the stress of gameplay. Electric Mayhem White goes up top for another basket. Looks like 5 for them now. 128-59, 115 remaining in qualification match 43.
Yeah, we can see back over here on the Red Alliance, 8397 Beta continuing to score in that high goal. That seems to be their specialty so far in this match today, whereas 5356 has that pass-through mechanisms. They don't need to spin around as much when scoring specimens.
White goes back to the high basket as their LEDs flash. Another basket score. Techno Chicks comes in for their 4th specimen for the Red Alliance, 40 points.
Indeed, and we can see as well, 8397 continuing in that high basket. 5356, as I was saying, one of the major benefits is they don't need to spin around, so that saves a lot of time during their cycle.
184-115 as we approach endgame 194 now to the Blue Alliance. Techno Chicks comes back into the observation zone. That communication from their human player, just outstanding. Mayhem White goes up with a red sample to the high basket.
Entering endgame here, we can see 8397 Team Beta continuing to score in the high goal, getting some Alliance-specific blue markers up there. Meanwhile, their counterpart 5356 TARDIS racking up those specimens on the high rail. As robots get ready to hang, let's see how we do. 5356 setting up, and
246-133 before we score out those ascents. That's the raw score out of teleop. We'll let Corey, Bradley, David, the rest of the crew here and our referees do their work.
We'll leave that to our referees. Let's get the scores for match 42 up on the board. And in qualification match number 42, Blue wins with a score of 141 to Red's 120. Alrighty, let's get ready to meet our teams for qualification match number 44. Starting with the Red Alliance from Ballston Spa, New York, it is team 6955 RoboVines. And joining them in the red square today from Corning, New York, it is 5485 GorillaBots.
We've got 4957. That's the Fayetteville Manulus Metal Stingers in the Blue Alliance. They are paired up with our current 4th ranked team on their way to being a captain perhaps later this afternoon. That's team 8863. It's the Precision Cut-Ups. Again, we will be stopping. Excuse me, we will be stopping after match 52. We anticipate that lunch break, either match 52 or 12:15, and that will extend out till 1:15, a full hour for lunch. And we are hoping that the judges will be hard at work on their deliberations as well. We punch through those remaining 12 matches after lunch and then set our sights on Alliance selections.
Alrighty, we've met our teams. As our teams make their final preparations, we're getting ready to set up this match. So with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready, scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. All 4 bots in motion at the start of the match. 5485 GorillaBots immediately scoring their first specimen on the board, getting 2 more set up and ready to go immediately.
Precision Cut-Ups with their active intake up and down from that high basket into their custom 3D printed receiver. 4 quick scores. Are they going to go to the sub for 1? Yes, and can they go 5? Nicely done.
Back on the Red Alliance, 6955 RoboVines scoring 2 in the high goal. GorillaBots missing 2 of their placements, but don't worry, they got 3 on the rail.
Stingers 4957 looking to come alive in teleop. Justin. Precision Cut-Ups back and forth to the sub as they go to the high basket. And
Let's see, FM Hornets working with the FTA to resolve a communications issue. 6955 RoboVines continuing to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, GorillaBots settling it down for him by hitting the edge of the arena.
139 to 88 in the early going. Red advantage, 125 left in qualification match number 44. Stingers looking to still come alive in this match. Precision Cut-Ups, uncharacteristic, dead in the backfield. Not sure.
Precision Cut-Ups also waiting for an FTA.
Yeah. Blue Alliance is meeting with some frustration here as Red continues to make quick work of scoring. Now everybody's alive. Good to see motion on all 4 bots.
Once again, we can see over here on the Red Alliance the banking system that these teams have been utilizing throughout the course of the day, making sure that they have plenty of specimens ready to go at a moment's notice.
You might say it's a good investment.
Means they don't need to waste time assembling additional specimens as samples are brought to them. Every sample they bring, they can immediately hand out a specimen before building the next one.
Red crosses the 200-point threshold with 40 seconds left. 219 to 112 as the Blue Alliance looks to play catch-up. Metal Stingers have been out of it this match.
As we enter the endgame here, 8863 appears to have resumed control of their robot. However, their alliance partner 4957, FM Hornets, still appears to be having some trouble. Hopefully they can get that resolved before next match. Back on the Red Alliance, 5485 GorillaBots filling up that high basket while their alliance partner RoboVines continues to sweep them into their scoring zone.
Cut-Ups getting the call from their human player to go hang. They got to get both candy canes up.
We'll see how they call that. That's definitely 2 level 1 hangs for the Red Alliance. We'll see what they call for the Blue Alliance. 3 1s.
11 specimens on the high chamber for that Red Alliance. Really effective scoring from Gorilla Bots late in the game, as you talked about. That banking to the wall paid off for them. Both baskets looking about equally filled. Let's get back over to our scores. Go ahead and push that one, gentlemen.
So we're hearing actually.
This one's going to go to our friends in the Blue Alliance. This is coming off of match 43. Really strong scores all day long. 261 to 168. That puts Tardis up in 4th position. Beta maintains their clinch on 1st. Just a few more matches before lunchtime.
So I just got a correction on the last match. Grillbots did not, in fact, have that hang. They weren't touching the bottom bar. Ever so slightly off. From my angle, it looked good. We have to say otherwise, unfortunately.
We've got 2 teams over here on match 45 that know each other pretty well. Down in the Hudson Valley, it's going to be team 10-9-49, the Mechanical Operations Bureau. You know them as Mob Robotics. They are paired up with 2203. That's Vulcan Robotics.
Over here
and
on
orange,
the
respectively.
Blue Alliance, swimming up from Red Hook, New York, it's 65-67, the Robo Raiders. And joining them from Rybrook, New York, it's 46-54, the Jellyfish. As Alex finishes up, getting everyone set and ready to go over here, we're getting ready for qualification match number 45. As a reminder, we'll be breaking after qualification match 52 for lunch for an hour. We'll be back an hour after that. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Motion from all 4 bots. We're going to see if Mob has overcome their mechanical issues that have been haunting them all day. They push a sample into their human player in the observation zone for the Red Alliance. Vulcan goes back for a second sample off the spike marks, scores it to the high basket.
Start of the match, Robo Raiders have 2 samples in their high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Jellyfish, have 2 specimens hanging on the ascender.
Vulcan goes for 3 from the floor, tries for 1 more off of the bottom of the submersible, doesn't get it.
Jellyfish have 3 on the ascender, moving into Teleop.
Human players switch out for the Red Alliance as we get going into Teleop. Mob's hooks deployed there for a second. Hopefully, yeah, they retracted. That's good. That could have been an entanglement issue. Cerberus, the Vulcan robot, comes into the observation zone looking for the first specimen. Comes up just short. How are things on blue, Jerry?
Yeah, we hear a little bit of grinding over here on 65-67 Robo Raiders bot. Hopefully that's nothing important. I think it's just a chain bottoming out. Not to worry though, 46-54, the Jellyfish continuing to hang those specimens. We're now at 4 for the Blue Alliance set over here.
Vulcan comes back to the observation zone yet again. Specimen there. Mob much more functional this match than the last few. Good to see them alive. Hopefully healthy. We'll see how productive they can be offensively here in Teleop. Vulcan's got 3 specimens racked and stacked. Those will be good for 10 points apiece on the high chamber.
Really interesting design. We can see over here on 65-67, once again using that kind of V gantry system for management of their linear slides down at the bottom, continuing to fill up that high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 46-54, slowly but steadily filling up that high bar, trying to compete with Vulcan's impressive auto.
Vulcan goes in with a commanding clip to that high chamber. Here comes their 6th high chamber specimen. All right, we'll see if they leave that one there. Not fully engaged, they might de-score it. They're gonna have to be careful as they harvest another one off the floor. Mob goes to the high basket. One of Mob's hooks is deployed already for hang. They gotta be careful they don't get entangled with another bot. Jerry, this is a close one. The hangs could make it 196 to 151.
This is going to be a really close match, indeed. Right now we're at 141-196, favoring blue. 65-67 having a few stuck issues. Seem to have that resolved now. Meanwhile, 46-54 getting set up for their hang. That looks like one hanging robot. See what the refs say.
And that does favor blue, who were out in the lead on the Teleop raw score. I just want to shout out the Jellyfish 46-54. We got a lot of 3D printed, some water jetted plates and stuff. Sometimes cardboard does the job. And they've got some cardboard shielding there, some fins on their intake. It's awesome to see. You can be ingenious any way that gets the job done. We're going to be back over on field number 2. This will be match number 46. We've got a score in the pipeline. Go ahead and push it. This should be the score from, I believe, 44. That is going to go to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins 278 to 161. That takes Gorilla Bots up into 12th position, Robovines into the 11th. Precision Cut-Ups had that technical issue. They fall down just a little bit there. They've had a strong day. Still plenty of gameplay remaining for these teams.
Yeah, let's meet our teams for match 46. Starting off from Warwick, New York, it's team 21580 Warwick Wildcats. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Penfield, New York, it is 6996 Oncoming Storm.
Over here next to me in the Blue Alliance box, we've got team 22612. That's New Wave. And in a new wave of their own, it's 27364, our rookies, the Battery Battalion. They've advanced through to the Excelsior Region Championships in their first year as part of the region. All right, we've got 4 bots on the floor. Alex is off. We're looking for Red Alliance thumbs up. Can we get it, please? Blue Alliance, good to go, good to go. Referees, as always, and our scorekeepers, not quite ready yet. We're gonna hold. You guys let us know when you're good. Absolutely fine. We're gonna recap our lunch plans about 12:15 to 1:15, a full hour off on lunch. We will resume. Yep. All right, we got scorekeepers. Just one more note on lunch. We are gonna queue with teams turned off. We're gonna queue match 54, 53 and 54. More on that in a few minutes. We've got the thumbs up from the referees and scorekeepers. All right, here comes match number 46 in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we get it. We get it.
So for those of you who missed that, we are restarting the match. The timing system on the computer started a couple seconds after all the robots did. Unfortunately, that is a little bit too long for us, so we're gonna reset and run that again, hopefully a little faster this time.
All right, let's do a cycle again.
Yeah, all right, and with that, Red Alliance, you ready? Blue Alliance, referees. Bradley.
Referees.
Scorekeeper. Not yet.
We're gonna get this one right.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
We'll make it. Okay, we got it? All right, let's try this again. In 3, 2, 1.
There
That's
we
what we
go.
like to
We got
hear.
motion on 3 bots. 6996. Oncoming Storm attempting their first specimen, unfortunately missing it ever so slightly. Their alliance partner, Battery Battalion, Warwick, scoring 1 in the upper goal. How's Blue Alliance looking? Over.
New Wave is scored into the net zone and into the high basket. Sorry, I was paying attention to the human player coaching her driver. Really good communication from New Wave.
3, 2, 1.
Battery Battalion alive over here on the Blue Alliance as they do sample play to their human player in the observation zone. They are gonna bank specimens to the wall.
Over here on the Red Alliance creating additional specimens, dropping off some more samples. Good communication with their human player to attempt to pick those up. They are unfortunately a little bit snagged on the wall there. There we go. They got it up in the air. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Warwick Robotics continuing to fill up that high goal for them while Oncoming Storm focuses on specimens. How's Blue Alliance looking like?
Really efficient work out of Battery Battalion. Good communication from this rookie team. They've been a pleasure to watch all season long. New Wave getting up into the high basket. They fell short into the net zone. I think they're going to pick that up and rescore it. Worth more up high than down low. Back to you.
Yeah, back over here on the red side, 69-96, attempting to pick up another sample from inside. They do have a specimen on the outside they could just grab. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Warwick Wildcats continuing to pick up those alliance neutral.
87-70, quite close here. Under 55 seconds to play, 95-80. It keeps on pitching back and forth. Battery Battalion goes back to their observation zone for one more specimen to hang on the high chamber. New Wave, meanwhile, continues their basket play with the yellow neutral samples. 8 more points to the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, we definitely have time for a couple more specimens to get on here before we enter the end game.
Remember that those ascents, as we enter endgame, those ascents are worth 15 and 30 points respectively. So this differential, 113-98, when we say it's anybody's game, it truly is at this point.
All right, we can see on the Red Alliance, Warwick setting up for their hang, as is Oncoming Storm. Oncoming Storm pulling off their level 2 hang.
All 4 bots angling for it. Can they get up?
New Wave with a level 2 hang. Battery Battalion with a level 2 hang. That is 4 hanging robots.
4 for 4 from Bradley. 4 for 4 for the level 2 hangs. One note before we go to the scores. We got from Tina Betts. Lunches are here at your tables. So teams, really coaches and mentors, if you ordered lunch, they are at your tables spread throughout the building. If you are done with gameplay before match 52, if that is to say, if you don't have a match right now, you can clear and go eat. The practice fields will stay open during lunch. Jerry, over to you for that score report.
Yeah, let's get the scores from that last match up on the board. And in qualification match 45, Blue wins with a score of 219 to Red's 162. That puts Robo Raiders at 4th seed and Jellyfish at 5th seed.
Time to meet some teams. Over here on the Blue Alliance, it's 74-86. That's Suffering Robotics in there, blue. It's appropriate. Love to see it. Our Sharkbots, 14-9-03, join them on the Blue Alliance. That incredible performance earlier.
Over here on the Red Alliance from Peekskill, it's 42-43, the Iron Devils. And joining them from Burnt Hills, New York, 74-20, Mecha Spartans. Teams are making their final preparations, getting their controllers all set and ready to go. Our FTA Alex keeping a watchful eye, making sure everything is functioning as it should be.
And again, just 5 matches after this one out to lunch. And again, lunches are here. If you ordered them, coaches and mentors, you can move your teams out towards your tables. Your food awaits. The Sharkbots are hungry already.
Alrighty. And with that, it appears that our teams are ready. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
3 of our 4 bots in motion. Looks like Iron Devils are sitting idle. Sharkbots in and out with quick sample conversions with their human player in the observation zone. Watch this dance take place. Spins out to the high chamber, spins back to the OZ. Delicate, as you can believe, 13 by 13 by 13 inch bot here, design constraint for them.
Over here on the Red Alliance, 7420 has parked their bot. That is all they're going to be doing for auto this period. Let's take another look at the blue.
We talked with the Sharkbots yesterday about their designs. They've got a parallel plate design that they conceived of early in the season as they swipe their specimens to the far end of the chamber. They knew they wanted to design on a 13-cube bot and visit the bot and the team in the pits later this afternoon.
Yeah, we can see over here 7420 Mecha Spartans picking up a red sample. Unfortunately, not realizing that they were already preloaded with a yellow sample from the start of the game.
I want to give a
worries,
shout out
they
to
are dropping
7420 on their side. It's a beautiful bot. The mural, the decorations there, I absolutely love it. On brand with the theme.
Oh, definitely. Some of the best artwork I've ever seen on a side panel of a robot here in the Excelsior region.
Suffern using their 3D printed active intake to get samples off the deck as they come back down. Looks like they're having a little bit of a mechanical issue with their lift. I don't see, there it is, comes alive. Can they get this sample and hang it at the, or drop it at the basket?
We can see over here 42-43, the Iron Devils from Peak Skill, continuing to pick up those Red Alliance specific samples and score them in the high basket.
Sharkbots missed one specimen uncharacteristically off the chamber. I'm going to be curious if they clean that up. They've got 4, now 5 more left on the wall for them to score. 10 points each on that high chamber. Plenty of time left in the game.
Sharkbots has clearly proven to have a very reliable cycle here, filling up that bar. I'm curious to see at some point today if we're going to see a full high bar. I have a feeling we will as we get later in the afternoon.
I think that. Yep, there they go. They're going to get the easy pickings of that specimen off the deck. Come get a yellow sample. They're going to put that up in the basket while the human player repositions. They should have enough time to clear this, scoot around Suffern, and hang.
Yeah, we can see our teams over here getting ready to hang.
Oh! That was... They came in for the sample, scored it, came back for the specimen, scored it, scooted around Suffern, hung, all in like 5.5 seconds. Beautiful work.
All right, that is a level 2 ascent for both Blue Alliance bots and 7420, with 42-43 achieving a level 1 ascent. All right, let's get the scores for match 46 on the board. And in qualification match number 46, Red wins with a score of 158 to Blues 138. That keeps oncoming Storm as the 7th seed. Well, Warwick Wildcats moves up to number 12.
That's going to take us to qual 48 on field number 2. We see, well, familiar faces. Over on the Red Alliance, it's the West Fulton Firebots, 27-239. They are now partnered up with Team 12-833 with their trademark orange beaker hair. It's Mechanical Meltdown.
And over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 5484, the Enderbots from Corning, New York. And joining them from Binghamton, New York, it's 6454, Saints Robotics. Reminder from the audience that Enderbots is in fact on the Blue Alliance today.
And then we've got this fire meltdown thing going on the Red Alliance. It's oddly on brand.
Very on brand.
Again, as you look at the scoring system, you'll see those little black and white numbers next to each team. That's their current rankings. Every team gets 8 gameplays to propel them into Alliance selections, where the top 6 ranked teams will be Alliance captains. We'll tell you more about that after lunch. We ready for a checkout?
Indeed we are. Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Saints. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots are in motion. 27329 appears to be getting a little bit hung up on the ascender there. Almost flipped over, no worries, they were able to save it. 12833, scoring 1 on the high goal, lining up for a second. How's Blue Alliance looking?
We have seen Enderbots score 5 specimens on the high chamber. They missed 2, though, on the sweep, so we'll go 3, 30 points. Saints, meanwhile, 3 high in the basket. They get their 4th. Will they score it? Just excellent work. 62-16.
Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots in motion.
127-35, advantage Blue, with Enderbots harvesting 2 more samples carefully off the floor. They've got to control 1 at a time. They kind of kicked 1 out of position, but it did the job.
You can see over here West Fulton hanging their first specimen up on that high bar. Meanwhile, Mechanical Meltdown continuing to fill up that Basket.
Saints goes back to the high basket, speaking of baskets, with another yellow neutral sample they get from the bottom of the submersible. Enderbots making a run to their human player. Good communication from the Blue Alliance here as Enderbots looks to mix it up with Mechanical Meltdown, a near neighbor or cousin bot, if you will, here in the submersible, vying for control of more samples.
Yeah, once again, we can see over here on the Red Alliance, West Fulton having a little bit of trouble in taking some of those specimens. No worries though, they just picked up that next one. Meanwhile, their Alliance partner, Mechanical Meltdown, has swept the floor of all remaining Alliance neutral colors, attempting to go into the Ascender to pick up the remainers.
Saints 64-54 in and out of the submersible. 159 to 83 lead for the Blue Alliance as we cross the 45-second mark in Teleop. Enderbots goes back to the high chamber with another specimen that's good for 10 points.
As we enter the end game here, we can see West Fulton Firebots lining up to hang. Meanwhile, their Alliance partner, Mechanical Meltdown, also attempting to hang. How's Blue doing, Mike?
Saints comes back for one more basket, high 8 points to the Blue Alliance. Enderbots for another 10 to the high chamber. They're going to return to their human player one more time. I'll be interested to see if they can come around the corner and hang as well. Saints looks like they're not quite
That's
up
a level
yet.
3 for West Fulton Firebots. West Fulton Firebots, very impressive hang
It's
style.
just
we've
the
seen.
coolest.
It's so cool.
They are one of the younger teams in the region, but to be so mechanically adept, the students' hat tip to them. Certainly any support they're receiving from mentors and coaches, but here at FTC, students do the work and just want to shout them out. Just been impressive all weekend long, that third level ascent. That's good for 30 points. Jerry, to you for a score.
Yeah, let's get the scores for match 47 up on the board. And in qualification match number 47, Blue wins with a score of 274 to Red's 117. That leaves Sharkbots as the number 2 seed, while Suffer moves up to 12. Alrighty, we're getting set up for match number 49. Let's get ready to meet our teams. Starting off from Corning, New York, it's team 5485 Gorilla Bots. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Plattsburgh, New York, it's 8397 Beta. Over on the Blue Alliance from Cross River, New York, it's 10949 Mob. And from Albany, New York, it's 4809 Botman. We'll give the teams a minute to make their final preparations. We're moving a little bit ahead of schedule here, but not too far. And we'll be right back with you in just a moment. Alrighty, teams made their final preparations. Let's get ready to start qualification match number 49. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, 3 bots in motion. 4809 Botman attempting their first specimen hang, unfortunately dropping it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Beta has successfully hung their first specimen, while their alliance partner, Gorilla Bots, has made 3 more and is hanging their first. Did drop inside, but it was automatically ejected, which is pretty cool. They do have 2 on the board there. Start of the teleop period. All 4 bots are in motion, with 5485 Gorilla Bots continuing to set up those specimens. Coming over to the Blue Alliance Mob, setting up their first sample to go in the high goal. Meanwhile, Botman pushing some remaining samples in to their zone to become specimens. 8397 Beta scoring into their high goal, a second Alliance neutral sample. Back on the Red Alliance, 5485 Gorilla Bots. Continuing with their tried and true method we've seen so many times today, they are setting up a ton of specimens so that over the course of the game they can just start pulling them. 10949 Mob pushing 3 Alliance neutral into their blue corner there. Meanwhile, 4809 Botman, once again, they have a little bit of a unique setup there. You can see they're actually picking up from the ground as opposed to from the wall like many other teams do. Gorilla Bots, now having set up so many specimens, are busy getting them racked onto the Ascender. 8397 Beta continuing to pull out some red samples to end up in that high basket. Coming back over to the Blue Alliance, 10949 Mob, picking out even more Alliance neutral samples to end up in their basket area. 4809 Botman placing a 4th on their high bar. As we enter the end game here, our score is 173-46, advantage red. Bots getting ready to hang. Botman attempting their level 2 hang. Gorilla Bots still getting in those final couple specimens before they attempt to hang. Botman attempting a hang, and Beta attempting a hang. That is 4 hanging robots. We'll leave it up to the refs to call how high. All right, we see 3 2s and a 1. Yep. All righty, let's get the scores for the previous matchup on the board.
We are looking at
This is match 48.
to go blue.
Blue wins with a score of 230 to Red's 175. Moving the Enderbots up into 9th place, as well as Saints Robotics moving to 22.
5 points in fouls exchanged. Doesn't make a difference there. Yep, we're going to go into match number 50. Match number 50, just 3 more game plays until lunch, which I know is the most important thing to most of you right now. On the Red Alliance, we've got team 5356 TARDIS. And team 20203, that's Vulcan Robotics. We've got team 21580, that's the Warwick Wildcats on the Blue Alliance, and they partner with team 4957, that's the Metal Stingers. I love the Metal Stingers logo on the back of their shirts. That's a great logo. Little robotic hornet thing. There you go. All right, we are looking at match number 50, 5-0. 3 more game plays. We're going to check in with the Red Alliance, Vulcan and TARDIS, thumbs up. Awesome. Blue Alliance, thumbs up. Referees, looking at Corey, David, we got you guys. I see you scorekeepers. This is going to be match number 50 in 3, 2, 1.
Start of the match, all 4 bots in motion. 5356 TARDIS scoring immediately their first preload specimen onto their high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Vulcan Robotics, scoring 3 in the high basket.
Metal Stingers has 1 on the high chamber. They're going to look for a second. Wildcat is stalled on the field after scoring 1 in the high basket. Vulcan comes, oh, sorry, excuse me. That's yours, Jerry.
5356 TARDIS entering their auto a little bit early so that they remain parked in that area.
2, 1.
Now, Stingers had that specimen hanging idle in autonomous. We'll see if they can get it on the high chamber as they extricate themselves from the submersible. There they go, 10 points to the Blue Alliance.
Back over on the Red Alliance, 20203. Vulcan Robotics continuing to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, TARDIS, scoring another specimen.
Wildcats clearing the yellow samples off the spike marks, residual from Autonomous. They're going to grab one here from just outside the submersible, up to the high basket. Quick retrieval, quick harvest, 8 points to the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, their partners, the Metal Stingers, goes back to the high chamber with another specimen, drops it just shy. We'll see if they reclaim that for some easy pickings.
And we can see over on the Red Alliance 20203, Vulcan Robotics appears to have a sample stuck inside of their bot. Hopefully they're able to get that dislodged. Meanwhile, TARDIS on the Red Alliance is continuing to score those specimens on the board.
21-5-8-0 Wildcats back to the sub for another yellow sample. They're going to bring that out to the high basket with this linkage-based 3D printed gripper. Oh no, they dropped it. We'll see if they reclaim it with their lower gripper. Looks like they're going to. Meanwhile, Stingers is doing a little bit of side play.
Yeah, we can see over here TARDIS filling up that high rail. Meanwhile, Vulcan attempts to continue to fill that basket. We'll see if they just attempt to hang from here.
Do they still have one stuck there, Jerry? Oh yeah, it looks like they do.
I think they're able to get that out. Coming into the last 15 seconds of the game, we're at 225, 140 favoring red. Let's see how these hangs shake out.
Wildcats is up.
Looks like 2 level 2s to me.
225 to 140 advantage red with 2 gameplays remaining before lunch. We'll look for a score for match 49 here. If our scorekeepers could push it, please. Yeah, we'll give that to you. Match number 49. That's going to go over to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins with a score of 241 to 84. Beta retains its hold on the first position. GorillaBots has been on a steady climb all day. They started down in the 20s, but they've had some really good performances. They now slip up into 8th position. Certainly a worthy candidate pick for an alliance partner in eliminations. We'll bring that to you after lunch, plus 12 more matches. 2 more. You getting hungry, Jerry? What's for lunch?
Oh, I don't know. I think we got cold cuts.
I think I've got a BLT bagel calling my name. I think we also need a Blue Alliance.
I saw some nice fancy ones that teams had delivered. There's a bunch of crock pots out in the hallway right now.
Yeah, lunch is here, so if your team is done, you guys can head to your tables and get a jump on it a good bit early. We are going to reconvene at 1:15. That's the start time for match number 53. We're going to ask the teams for match 53 and 54 each queue to the floor with their batteries off.
They don't have to queue.
Okay, got it. Sorry, you do not need to queue. That's a correction. You can use the practice field since you have a full hour. So have at it. Cancel that. At any rate, match number 53 will start at 1:15.
All right, let's meet our teams for match number 51. Starting off from Syracuse, New York, it's team 22612 New Wave. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Clinton, New York, it is 6347 Nerds of a Feather. Over on the Blue Alliance from Peekskill, New York, it is team 4243, the Iron Devils. And joining them from Red Hook, New York, it's 6567 Robo Raiders. Once again, teams making their final preparations. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
FTA Alex checks out the Blue Alliance, makes sure everybody is initialized. We're good to go over here. We're gonna look to Blue Wave and Nerds for a thumb, sorry, New Wave, not Blue Wave. New Wave Nerds, thumbs up on the Red Alliance. There you go, awesome. Blue Alliance, very good. Referees and scorekeepers, we are all hungry for lunch. 2 more gameplays. Here's the first. In 3, 2, 1.
Got 2 bots in motion at the start of this round. New Wave scoring in the high basket.
Raiders goes to the high chamber with their first preloaded specimen. We're going to see if they can pick up one from their human player. Gets her hands out of the way. 20 points for the Blue Alliance off of Raiders' work on the high chamber. Just a little bit off cue from our human player here, but that'll be in reserve, banked for Teleop. Good park.
Started Teleop, we got all four bots in motion. 63, 47 nerds of a feather, sliding their way across the field to score their first specimen. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, New Wave, filling up that high goal with their third.
We saw Iron Devils play here in the Jorgensen Fieldhouse back in January, a very effective basket bot. They're doing that same gripper-to-gripper handoff, making quick work of the residual auto specimen or samples down on the floor. They go to the submersible to harvest another one with 1:30 remaining, 67-42 in the Blue Alliance's favor.
You can see New Wave having a little bit of trouble getting picked up. FTA to the Red Alliance.
Raiders in and out of the submersible, harvesting blue samples to bring to their human player 4 specimens.
63-47 has a disconnect. Unsure why they're going to be able to reconnect.
Good communication here in the Blue Alliance box. We've got now 6 specimens hung on the wall, banked, ready to score in the high chamber. 50
All right,
seconds
we have
left in the game.
On the Red Alliance, New Wave 22612 running solo for the rest of the match. Sounds like continuing to score points up in that high basket.
Raiders now 4 specimens on the high chamber. 111-66, 30 seconds. And end game.
As we enter the end game here, all of these bots, I believe, are capable of hanging.
Iron Devils continues their sample work. Raiders comes up just short of clipping that last one. They're going to need to make sure they don't dislodge it. It will be 10 points, but jostling that bar could de-score it. 131-74, 8 seconds to play. Will they come in for one more before the buzzer?
New Wave at a level 2 hang.
Good call from the Raiders and really, really positive reinforcement team to team. Nice play, great play from that human player too.
All righty, let's get the scores for qualification match number 50 up on the board. And for match 50, Red wins with a score of 243 to Blues 155. That puts TARDIS as the 3rd seed and Vulcan Robotics as the 19th. Alrighty, as we get set up for our last match of the morning before lunch, qualification match number 52, let's meet our teams. Starting off from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. And joining them from Bolson Spa, New York, it's 6955 RoboVines.
You might say they always travel as a herd.
Oh, yeah.
Oncoming Storm over here with me in the blue box. It's team 6996 from Penfield, New York. And they are partnered with team 7486. It's Suffering Robotics. And again, as Jerry said, this will take us to lunch. We will reconvene at 1:15 with match 53. But
we will be rolling the scores for qualification match 52 immediately following this match, I was told.
Yes, and we will keep the practice fields open during lunch. So make sure you eat, take care of yourselves. Let's do a checkout, Jerry.
Yeah, with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots explode out of their starting position. 6955 RoboVine scoring their first specimen. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 25707 Solar Flare had some double control issues. Seems they have that cleared out. Oh, there we go. Now it's cleared out.
Oncoming Storm has 1 on the high chamber. They're going back empty-handed. They had maybe a miscue with that human player, but they'll have specimens in reserve for Teleop. 1 in the high basket for Suffern.
Yeah, we can see Suffern is parked as we enter the driver control period.
3, 2, 1.
Coming into driver control, our scores are 68-39 favoring red. Still plenty of time left in the match.
Oncoming Storm goes to work with those specimens, loses one inside the submersible. Unfortunately, they're going to have to harvest more samples for their human player. A little quick work getting them to the observation zone. Suffern, using their active intake, goes back to the high basket for 8 more points for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, and we can see over here on the Red Alliance 6955 RoboVines continuing their tried and true technique today of pre-setting as many specimens as they can and then rapid firing them off later in the match. Their alliance partner Solar Flare filling up that high basket. How's Blue looking?
Blue has more specimens, 3-4 now, banked to the wall with their human player, and they go and retrieve that lost specimen out of the submersible. Smart strategic play. Suffern looking for more yellow alliance, or sorry, yellow neutral samples to go to the high basket. 49-132 advantage red. 1 minute to play.
We can see over here 6955 now pivoting from their feeder mechanism into just cycling the rest of those specimens they've pre-created onto the rails. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Solar Flare capping off that high basket, trying to get its maximum capacity as the match continues.
Oncoming Storm has one more specimen loaded. They're going to the high chamber, flick it into the middle of the submersible. They had a bad grab on their 3D printed gripper fingers here. We'll see if they can correct that on this one. There's endgame.
At the start of endgame, our score is 202-77 favoring red. We have the Red Alliance continuing to rack up the last of those specimens as bots get ready to hang. 6955 clearing out the remainder of their cache, while Solar Flare overflows that top bin.
Oncoming Storm heading for a ascent, as is Suffern with their tape measures. Solar Flare's got to get under. Doesn't look. Nope. They're going to get a level 1.
We'll see. Just touching that bottom rail does count as a level 1, so we'll see if Solar Flare is able to pull that.
So friends, we're going to have 2 sets of scores to report to you, and then we're going to push the rankings and leaderboard to the screens, and we're going to park it there on lunch until 1:15. We will keep the live stream live, as it were, but we'll resume with match 53. Over to Jerry for scores.
Alrighty, let's get the scores for match number 51 on the board. And in qualification match number 51, Blue wins with a score of 177 to Red's 89. We'll stand by for scores for match 52. Robo Raiders moving up to the number 3 seed. Meanwhile, Iron Devils moving up to seed 25. Ranking points for each.
Again, the practice fields will be open. We do want everybody to get lunch, get some water in you, all the rest, but practice fields will be open throughout lunch. We've got just over an hour before we reconvene with match number 53. Referees are checking over that last match. That was 52 on field number 2. We'll wait for them to get a thumbs up and lock the scores and then bring that to you. We've got scores for match number 52. Let's talk those over, then we'll push the leaderboards. Match 52 goes to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance with a score of 264 to 142. Red gave up 25 points and fouls, as a matter of fact. It shoves Solar Flare up into 3rd position, RoboVines up into 7th. Oncoming Storm slips just a little down to 9th. The stage is getting more and more set with every match for those alliance selections. Friends, we're going to put a pin in it there. We're going to push the leaderboard to the audience view. That will go live out on the live stream, and we will see you again at 1:15. For teams and fans in the field house, in the pits, and on the live stream, we are 25 minutes out. That's 25 minutes from resuming match play. That'll be field number 1 with match number 53. We will reconvene at 1:15 o'clock. Teams, please make sure you get some food in you, get some water, hit the restrooms, all the rest. Coaches as well, take good care of yourselves. We've still got a bunch of the day ahead of us. We'll be back together in about 25 minutes. All right, friends, we're about 15 minutes out. We are going to be looking for our teams for matches 53 and 54 before too long. In match 53, it's going to be 12-3-31 and 88-63 against 74-20 and 12-8-33. That'll be on match 1. Qualification 54, 46-54 and 14-9-03, facing off against 12-7-36 and 64-54. That's a whole bunch of numbers. I think the teams know who they are. We're going to push some content here from the live stream crew for the next couple of minutes as we get ready for that 1:15 restart. Teams, keep an eye on your queuing. Please make sure that you're on time. Make sure you get some food in you, some water. If you're just joining us for the afternoon here at MVCC, we are streaming online at excelsiorny.org/live. You can send that home to friends, family, and sponsors.
We hear it every week. I teach graphic design, but...
And although it's true that Mr. Simmons doesn't work in engineering, he's still vital to our team.
He helped take our portfolio to the next level.
He encourages us to push our boundaries,
while keeping us on the right path.
He teaches graphic design.
But he also has an incredible fashion sense.
While I'm seeing countless FTC competitions.
And is critical to streaming Excelsior to people around the world. He teaches graphic design.
But before that, he was on an FRC team.
Team 166 Chop Shop from New Hampshire.
He even had hair back then, way back in 1996.
He teaches graphic design,
but stays busy.
Coaching FLL,
rock climbing,
directing a band,
and advising an award-winning yearbook.
He's also a pretty great dad.
He teaches graphic design,
but he still makes time for us.
Admits his very busy schedule.
So thank you for
inspiring,
critiquing,
caring,
and looking out for us.
He teaches graphic design.
Yet he always counts us off. We hear it every week. I teach
while I'm
around the world.
New Hampshire.
He teaches us off.
This to help.
Yet he always counts us off.
What I really like about Mr. Nishimoto is his authenticity and willingness to help. Even with his already busy job, he's always in the robot room pushing us to become better.
He manages our budget, plans out each meeting, setting deadlines for all of us to get work done, improving our efficiency and making our lives so much easier.
Mr. Nishimoto is more than just a mentor. He has so much heart and soul for our entire team. He's always finding time to support us in any way possible. He really cares about us, whether it's a simple get well soon or a warm greeting when we enter the building.
He's been with the team for many years now. Even when his son left the team last year, he stayed and continued to help the team grow. He's a quiet man, but he has to provide countless ideas to how to improve the robot. He shaped the way I think and problem solve. His patience is unwavering, dedication is truly irreplaceable.
If you were to describe him in one word, what would it be?
Dedicated.
Organized. Efficient.
Passionate.
Reliable.
Perseverant.
Committed.
Innovative.
Knowledgeable.
Selfless.
Gracious.
Our coach.
Mr. Stone's time and dedication to this team is truly incredible. He's always there at every competition and at every meeting, building the team up and giving us advice on how to do things in a more professional manner.
Mr. Stone's experience as an engineer makes him an amazing mentor. He really pushes these kids and helps them grow and learn new things in the STEM and engineering world.
When we get excited about new design ideas and just want to start building, Mr. Stone helps us take a step back and set goals and a timeline. This helps us be better planners and actually think through what we're going to do before we do it.
Mr. Stone makes sure that I'm heard whenever we have a build day.
For me, Mr. Stone taught me almost everything I know about the engineering world. When I joined the team, he was a huge supporter and always made sure that I knew what I was doing and taught me if I didn't know.
Our team has been given a chance to explore our creativity and uniqueness. We have developed our skills and found new expertise. Together we have grown as individuals and as a team. Our coach has helped us recognize that everyone is valued and important. Mr. Warren has taught us that by working together, we can overcome failure and find success. And we have all come together with gracious professionalism. All of this is because of the selfless dedication, commitment, support, and leadership of our coach, Mr. Warren. This is why Team 21580 Warwick Wildcat Robotics is so excited to nominate Mr. Warren for the 2025 Compass Award.
Ahoy mates, let me tell you about Mr. McDonald, or as we call him, McD, our fearless coach from the start. What makes him the heart of our crew is his rare understanding of balance. Balance be knowing when to step in. Just before our first match this season, our robot was busted and frustration ran high. McD stayed calm and told us to do the same. Take a deep breath, he said, think clearly and learn from others' struggles. He saved the day, plain and simple. But balance also be knowing when to step back. McD lets us learn by doing, even when it's tough. He knows the best lessons come from solving problems on our own, so he never spoils the process. He's a coach who gives us the freedom to explore while pushing us to be our best. Thanks to Mr. McD, we've learned to grow and thrive, both as a team and as individuals. Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
All right, teams, we are going to look for you to start queuing. Here comes the roll call for match 53. We're just about 5 minutes out. Team 12331 and 8863. We will take also 7420 and 12833. Mechanical Meltdown. We'll take you guys over to field number 1 in the next couple of minutes. Also, all teams, coaches, mentors, this is a pretty firm reminder when a queuer comes to you and says, it's time to go. That means it's time to go, not wait just a minute or we need to finish up. It is time to go. We are staying on schedule, so please be respectful, gracious, and professional with our volunteers as they look to get you where you are needed. We will take queuing for match 53 and 54. 54 is going to be 4654, 14903, 12736, and 6454. Also at Pit Admin, I've been informed this is an IMU. I have a small microchip-sized device. It's a 9 directions of freedom accelerometer, gyrometer, and something else. It's at Pit Admin. It was found on the floor of the pits. If you are missing a little electric doohickey, come to our live stream crew and they will get you with that from Lost and Found. Thank you very much. So friends, family, and guests, we're going to punch through these next 12 matches in fairly rapid succession. That will propel us towards alliance selections. We'll start talking about those closer to probably match 60 or so. Teams are still in the hunt for ranking points so that they can increase their standing or their resumes in the eyes of their fellow teams here at the Excelsior Championship.
As we get ready for qualification match number 53, let's meet our teams. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have from Scarsdale, New York team 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders. Joining them from Tully, New York, it's 8863 Precision Cut-Ups.
They are facing off on the Blue Alliance from Watkins Glen, New York. It's going to be team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown. And their partners, 7420, that's the Mecha Spartans. We see Corey and Bradley here with us. Jerry, take it around the horn. What do we got?
Yeah, with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance. Ready? Is ready. Referees are on a hold.
They're still having dessert from lunch.
Yeah, very
brownies, important. I heard. Got it.
Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
4 bots alive coming back from lunch. Precision Cut-Ups gets their first sample in the high basket. They've intaken their second one. They score that as well.
We can see over on the Blue Alliance Mechanical Meltdown scoring in that high basket. Meanwhile, 7420 Mecha Spartans is parked.
Scarsdale Robo Raiders has their auto load. It looks like the clips that were spilled down on the floor prevent the bot from coming in and intaking the clips. We'll hope to see that come alive in teleop.
At the start of the driver control period, we have all 4 robots in motion. 12833 Mechanical Meltdown, jockeying for position to pick up from their human player. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 7420, the Mecha Spartans, attempting to score in the high basket. How's Red doing, Mike?
Scarsdale comes in with their first sample. They're going to take it down into their assembly line, add a clip to it automatically, and score it. This robot can sit in the submersible harvesting red samples, and assembling them internally to red specimens. We've seen it, we've talked about it all day. It looks like they're really hitting their stride coming back from lunch.
Yeah, we can see over here on the Red Alliance 7420 Mecha Spartans working to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, 12833 Mechanical Meltdown picking out some more Alliance-specific samples to turn into specimens. You can see once again utilizing that banking procedure we've talked about a couple times so far today.
I've got these 2 judges off my right-hand shoulder realizing what Scarsdale is making happen here as their partner, Precision Cut-Ups, is having their second technical glitch in a row. Unfortunately, I just talked to that team. They said before lunch they had an electrostatic discharge that set them on a DC. It looks like they're suffering the same fate on the near field. Scarsdale, meanwhile, picks up another sample, brings it to their assembly line. They're going to convert it to a specimen here internally. Up to the high chamber they go. Yes, that's number 6.
As we enter the end game here, we can see 12833 Mechanical Meltdown placing their 3rd specimen, going for a 4th and getting ready to hang.
Scarsdale came back to the wall for 6 more clips. We'll see how many they can make use of in endgame. 157-68. Red has the lead right now with just over 10 seconds to go in the game.
Both Blue Alliance bots attempting their hangs. 12833 Mechanical Meltdown in the air, 7420 on the ground.
Certainly disappointing for Precision Cut-Ups there, their second disconnect in a row. I hope they can solve that and get one more gameplay out before we move to elimination picks. We don't have any scores to report right now, so we're going to shift with our referees over to field number 2 and move on with match number 54.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for match 54. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Rybrook, New York. It's 4654, the Jellyfish. And joining them, a real downstate alliance here from Mamaroneck, New York, it's 14903 Sharkbots.
From Binghamton, New York, over here on the Blue Alliance, it's team 6454. That's Saints Robotics. And the other B in upstate, that's Buffalo. They are partnered with team 12736. It's Electric Mayhem Green. A little bit of a reshuffle here from our volunteer referees, making sure all is ready for our students. All right, we're looking for a thumbs up from the Red Alliance, Jellyfish and Sharks. Jellyfish has a thumbs up. Sharkbots? Yep. Thumbs up there from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, thumbs up. Saints, Mayhem, referees. Beautiful. Scorekeepers, we've got it. Jerry, over to you, my friend.
Alrighty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
All four on the move. Saints comes to the high basket with a sample, scores it for 8 points for the Blue Alliance. Mayhem gets their first one on the high chamber.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Jellyfish attempting to score in that high goal. A little bit misaligned, so I doubt they're going to be able to keep going there. However, Sharkbot's making up for it with 3 on that high rail for him for the Red Alliance. How's Blue doing, Mike?
Mayhem. All four alive in Teleop in match number 54. Mayhem Green harvesting samples back to their observation zone to their human player. 2 in the high chamber versus 4 to the red. Advantage red right now in the early going.
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Sharkbot's filling up 2 in that high basket. Continuing on with Jellyfish attempting to pick out some Red Alliance specific samples to turn into specimens for Sharkbot to hang.
And I misspoke there. Well, now it's 115, 115. So we'll just let this one play out. Back and forth goes the score, 123, 123. These alliances matching each other score for score. Mayhem Green in the bottom of the sub, harvesting pieces, samples that is. Saints doing the same. Yellow neutral samples go to the high basket for 8 more points for the Blue Alliance. Saints comes back to the high basket as Mayhem goes into their observation zone, grabs a specimen from their human player. Up to the high chamber it goes. They're going to see if they can play catch-up. They have 3 more banked there, each one worth 10 points.
Yeah, over here on the Red Alliance, Mike, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 specimens hanging, courtesy of 4654 Jellyfish. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Sharkbot continuing to fill up that high basket.
Saints into the sub again. Mayhem back to the observation zone. These teams have their patterns and strategy worked out. Looking for 5 specimens on the high chamber as we enter endgame.
You can see some great encouragement from Mayhem Green over there, trying to make sure all of their
15 seconds remaining. 233, 241, 185, advantage red.
It's going to be a very close game. It all comes down to the hangs here. Let's see how Sharkbot does. Are we going to get that hang in from Sharkbot? Yes, we will.
We always have to ask, is Saints up? And we generally get a thumbs up. 4 level 2 hangs for our teams in match number 54. We'll send it back to Jerry and the scorekeepers for a score for match 53.
Let's get the score 53 on the board now. And in qualification match number 53, Red wins with a score of 160 to Blues 106.
It takes precision cut-ups back up into 7th position. Again, the top 6 teams will be our alliance captains when we go through alliance selections. Match number 55, it's time to meet those teams now on field number 1. On the Red Alliance, we've got the Sendy Sandstoners. That's team 13371. And they are paired up with, from Corning, New York, it's team 5484, your Enderbots.
And over here, another coup of a team starting off from Port Chester, New York with Team 18, the Techno Chicks. And joining them from Hopewell Junction, New York, it's 16700, the J-Bots.
Pardon me. And while those teams are looking to punch their tickets as Alliance captains, every other team here is looking to burnish their resume, to make a strong case to be a good partner for those alliances, be it on samples or specimens, maybe in the end game position. Teams are going to be on the hunt to say, pick me for those eliminations.
We can see here our FTA Tyler working with our teams to make sure that everything is set up as it should be, functioning properly, good to go.
Just talking with the Sendy kids here in the box, they've got a really cool pitching slide mechanism that they can exceed 180 degrees of pivot interior to their chassis. There's not much to their bot. It's really, really spare. Their electrical system coiled up on that yellow spool that helps them with their linear slides extension. You can see he's unspooling it there, just making sure that everything is chased out right on each side of that dual-faced spool. Don't want to unplug in the middle of all this. Watch for that pivot. Those are called pitching slides. Watch for that. It's kind of a robot archetype in this year's game. Is Tyler earning his dinner over there, Jerry?
Yeah, we're getting ready over here. Techno Chicks appeared to have a second driver controller on in the pits that's interfering with their primary robot controller. They're running to get that reset right now, and then we should be good to go.
Tyler's giving the Red Alliance here a chance to init, check their battery levels, make sure that all is in order.
All righty, we have 4 initialized robots. With that, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue, oh. Good, all right. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Enderbots goes straight to the high chamber while Sendy sends 8 points into the high basket. 13,371 again goes up to the high basket with another sample they harvested off the floor. Jerry, blue side.
Over here we can see Techno Chicks in the low goal, still holding on to that element. Meanwhile, their alliance partner J-Bots has scored 2 specimens on that high bar.
Sendy went 3 for 3 on the samples they chose to approach. Enderbots came up just short. Switch of human players over here on the Red Alliance. That is legal within the game. Sendy and Enderbots switch positions for gameplay.
Back on the Blue Alliance, we can see J-Bots robot Hydra scoring 2 in the high goal.
Sendy in and out of the sub real quick, grabbing red samples to bring to the Red Alliance. Enderbots on the far side is going to be looking for yellows or reds to put to the high basket.
Meanwhile, we can see Techno Chicks switching out with J-Bots as the scorer of their specimens, picking up specimens from their human player, scoring their 4th onto the high bar as we speak.
And watch out, blue is creeping up on red here. Yeah, 86-88. 2-point advantage to red. We'll see if it holds. No, 102-96. Lots of game left to play. Sendy sends 4 now to the upper specimen. Something comes off the Techno Chick spot over there, Jerry. Henderbots back into the sub to get a red sample. They're going to look to place that in the high basket. Looks like that'll be number 4 up there for them. Maybe the low basket. Looks like they're having an issue with their Viper slides, their belt-driven slides. They're going to play low basket and adapt.
Yeah, we can see over here on the Blue Alliance, Technochicks continuing to feed their human player additional samples, well as J-Bots fills up that high goal.
In the live
we do have, I don't know if you can see there, Technochicks appears to have lost one component of their gripper mechanism to the field. That will make it difficult for them to continue to pick up samples. No worries though, as we enter the end game, it is time for them to start hanging.
166, 162. This is one of our closest matches of the day. It's going to come down to these ascents. We see Sendy up. They are capable of a 3rd level hang.
With just 5 seconds left in the game, let's see how these bots choose to spend it.
Just 2 happy bots there, Jerry, swinging away.
That's a level 2, a level 3, and a level 2. Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification match 54. Push to the board.
54 says... that little cute ROV guy. 54 goes to the Red Alliance.
With a score of 279 to Blues 225.
Sharks maintains their hold on 2nd position. Jellyfish slides up to 5th.
That will make Jellyfish an Alliance captain.
Absolutely. Alliance picks, man. They're going to be fun.
Alrighty, as we get ready for qualification match number 56, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from West Fulton, New York, it's team 27239, the West Fulton Firebots. And joining them from Rome, New York, team 27364, Battery Battalion.
Over here with me on the Blue Alliance, it's team 17222. It's Proda from Twin Tiers Christian. And from the Electric Mayhem Metro Complex in Buffalo, New York at the Nichols School, everything's mayhem all the time. It's 12, 7, 3, 7. Electric Mayhem White. But seriously, if you don't know, there's like 87 robotics teams at the Nichols School.
Wow.
Yeah. Larry lives there in the attic. They feed him once a month. It's kind of crazy.
Alrighty, and with that, I think we're just waiting for a couple more of our refs to trickle on over. And we'll be good to go. Oh, they're here. Great, we have enough. With that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready.
Scorekeepers are ready.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Froda comes alive, going to the high chamber with their first specimen. White drops off their first sample in the high basket.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we have West Fulton Firebots scoring 1 in the high basket, while Battery Battalion waits for teleop. Really cool system we can see on West Fulton. Part of that transforming mechanism means that their entire linear slide system can pivot forward to also become their intake.
Lots of game left to play. 52-16 advantage Blue in the early going as Mayhem White goes in for a neutral sample. They're going to take that up to the high basket. Proda scooting around the audience side, harvesting samples back to their human player, including that discarded specimen. They'll look to rescore that on the high chamber.
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Battery Battalion working with their human player to attempt to pick up some specimens. They seem to just be hammering them down a little bit more onto the field wall. Hopefully that doesn't impede them picking it up too much. No, it does not look like it.
Froda in and out of the sub. 1 specimen on the high chamber, but they've got 4 more banked on the wall.
Meanwhile, the West Fulton Firebots continuing to score up in that high basket for the Red Alliance.
Electric Mayhem White comes in with their compliant wheels, deposits to their bucket. Bucket goes up, bucket just misses with that one sample that goes outbound. The human player can reintroduce it to play.
Back over on the Red Alliance, we can see 27364 using a tape measure drive system to actually push in and out on their linear slide mechanism. They have successfully set 3 specimens onto their ascent
96-72, about a 20-point lead in favor of blue, give or take. 106 now, 40 seconds to play, 10 seconds to end game. 5 specimens on that high chamber from Proto.
West Fulton Firebots filling up that high chamber so far with 5 for the Red Alliance.
We've seen all 3 of these robots hang today. We know Fulton can do its yoga up top, Jerry. Proto's got a 2, Mayhem's got a 2. We'll see what happens in these final 19 seconds.
Fulton's working their way up on their 3. You can see they got a little bit stuck there at the beginning. No worries though, Battery Battalion making their way over to attempt to hang.
They've got 8 seconds. It's looking like they're clearing it.
That's a level 3 for West Fulton. Appears to be a level 2 for Battery Battalion.
I've seen that thing do that thing 7 times today, Jerry, and I still have no idea how it works at all.
And 2s for the Red Alliance. All right, let's get the scores for the previous match on the board. And survey says Red wins with a score of 228 to Blues 181. That puts the Enderbots as the 8th seed. And 13371.
Sandy Sandstoners
has the 9th seed.
Referees, we've got a question box question.
Alrighty, as we get ready for qualification match number 57, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance. From Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. Joined from Scarsdale, New York by team 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders.
We've got on the blue side. Sorry, go on the blue side. We've got team 6567. It's the Robo Raiders. Paired up with, and I hope there's no allergic reactions, it's 4957, the Metal Stingers.
All right, this is going to be a little confusing because we have Robo Raiders and Robo Raiders. I'm going to be referring to the Scarsdale Robo Raiders as Scarsdale for the purposes of this match. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
What do you think?
Blue Alliance is ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Solar Flare takes their first sample up and into the basket. We know that they are capable of more than the 4 on the floor. We'll see if they go to the sub to harvest here in Autonomous.
Yeah, over here on the Blue Alliance, we can see Robo Raiders scoring 3 in the high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, FM Hornets, has parked.
Solar Flare has its first out of the sub. Can they get a second? They do. Can they score it? They do. Do we have 7? Can we get a 7-basket auto? Oh, they fell up just short. Really impressive work from Solar Flare. $119 to 87 as Scarsdale comes alive in Teleop.
We heard, I don't know if you could hear that over by you, Mike. There was quite the thunk out of Scarsdale's bot. Hopefully everything's okay internally. Meanwhile, Robo Raiders continuing to fill up that high basket while their alliance partner, 4957 FM Hornets, picks up some more specimens from their human player.
All of Solar Flare's finesse is down in the sub. Once they transfer internally, they're just rocking around a basket.
STA Blue Alliance?
But they showed us a couple matches ago how effective they can be on organizing that high basket. We're now up to a 159-103 lead in favor of the Red Alliance. Scarsdale looking to start assembling samples into specimens inside their bot. Looks like they've got a stuck clip that's in the wrong orientation. I'm not sure if they can clear that out automatically or not.
Yeah, Mike, we can see over here, Robo Raiders spending a lot of time communicating with their human player doing all the path planning, what direction to turn, which element to go for, so their drivers can just focus on driving.
It's so impressive. Looks like Scarsdale has sorted themselves out. Hopefully they can get into action here on the chamber. Hasn't seen much play. Solar Flare is just going to town on this upper. Look at this, Jerry. It's basket v basket.
Yeah, very close there. That basket is filling up over here by the Robo Raiders. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 4957 FM Hornets, is currently unable to show motion. FTA is working with them as we speak.
We got one hanging out on the edge. It's going to fall down on top of me here. 215-133.
That is quite the basket over there. Look at that.
I'm overhearing the Solar Flare boys here talking to me. We can do one more.
25707 Solar Flare absolutely filling that to the brim. Moving on to the lower basket. I think is the right move at this point in the game.
Here comes the hangs.
We can see the Robo Raiders are jockeying for position in there. That is one hang, level 2 from Solar Flare with 3 parked robots.
Parks from everybody else. Very good. 231-159.
All right, let's get the scores for match 56 on the board. Send it. Send. And for qualification match number 56, Blue wins with a score of 198 to Reds 155.
That moves Proto up into 10th place. They're knocking on the door of being an alliance captain or moving up into a captaincy. Mathematically, that is possible. We're going to look at the Red Alliance here on match number 58. The Red Alliance is going to see team 4654, the Jellyfish, currently in 6th position, partner up with 22612. That's New Wave. Let's hear it for the Red Alliance.
And over here on the Blue Alliance from Burnt Hills, New York, we have team 7420, the Mecha Spartans. Joined today from Corning, New York by team 5356, TARDIS. And with that, it appears we have everybody here and everybody ready. So with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Good. Referees are ready, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
New Wave and Jellyfish come on in. Jellyfish loses their preloaded specimen into the bottom of the submersible. Can they push one and retrieve one from their human player?
Over on the Blue Alliance, we can see TARDIS placing their first preload specimen, sweeping the remaining samples in the field back into their human player station, and then placing 2, possibly 3, looks like 2 more specimens into their rail.
It's close as we come out of auto. 30 to 26. Blue.
All 4 bots in motion as we enter the teleop period. 7420, Mecha Spartans scoring in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 5356, TARDIS, attempting to recover that blue specimen that they had dropped earlier in the match.
Jellyfish moving on yellow neutral samples as they go up to the high basket for, yes, a fourth for the Red Alliance. New Wave, meanwhile, shepherding samples to their human player. Human player saying, I'm not in there, turning them into specimens. Will they score them on the high chamber?
Interesting design we can see over on 5356, Tardis's robot, that they are able to eject their way through multiple samples at a time until they find a color they like, and are then able to pick it up.
We've got New Wave back in the submersible looking for red samples to bring to their human player as Jellyfish grabs another yellow sample. They're going to take it to the high basket. That basket is filling up 115 to 112. Now actually advantage Red, 120, 115, 45 seconds to play.
Back on this side, we can see 74-20, Mecha Spartans continuing to score into that high goal, picking up those Alliance neutral samples from the center ascent module.
We've got 30 seconds to play here in endgame. Looking for New Wave to grab another red
sample. As we
sample.
enter the endgame, New Wave in the ascent zone of the Blue Alliance. Mecha Spartans waiting for the last couple seconds to begin their hang. Tardis lining up for a hang. Beginning their hang. That appears to be 2 level 2 hangs from the Blue Alliance.
Look at the teleop score, 146, 143.
At least 1 level 2 hang from the Red Alliance.
This is where those fouls could have everything hanging in the balance.
That is level 2 hangs all around, I'm hearing from the refs. Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification match 57 on the board. And in match 57, Red wins with a score of 246 to Blues 222. Keeping 25707 Solar Flare as the number 3 ranked seed, and their alliance partner 12331 Scarsdale Robo Raiders moving up into the 14th place.
And our other Robo Raider friends, they drop down into 6th position. That would leave them in a captaincy if we locked right now. But we still have matches in front of us, 7 more to be precise. I'm hearing from the judges we're going to see some fouls come into play off of that last match we just witnessed, but we're going to look at 59 first.
Alrighty, as we get set up for qualification match 59, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Suffern, New York, it's team 7486, Suffern Robotics. And joining them, another Hudson Valley team from Warwick, New York, it's 21580 Warwick Wildcats. Over here on the Blue Alliance, hailing from way up north at Potsdam, New York, it's 13371 Cindy Sandstoners. And joining them from Clinton, New York, it is team 6347 Nerds of a Feather. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Thumbs up. We are entering final gameplay for all of these teams.
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
We're looking for a scoring ref, please, on field number 1.
Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance still ready? Blue Alliance ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
3 of 4 bots alive. Suffern comes into park for 3 points as Wildcats goes up to drop their first sample up in the high basket. They go for a second. They retrieve it. Can they transfer and score?
Over here on the blue line, Sandy Sandstoners placing their preloaded sample. Unfortunately missing their second attempt at a sample grab, but they are parked. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 6347 Nerds of a Feather, has no motion. We'll see them again during teleop. At the start of the driver control period, we have motion on all 4 robots. 13371 Sandy Sandstoners making their way back to their human player in order to pick up another specimen, while their alliance partner, 6347 Nerds of a Feather, is working to set up a high goal shot.
Suffern's bringing this lift down with its active intake to grab this sample. I think they're going to look to go score it in the backfield, or the front field, as it were, on the Red Alliance. Basket play, anyhow, as Wildcats goes up for now their 3rd basket score, 35-24 to the Red Alliance early in this match.
Nerds of a Feather appears to have suffered a disconnect. We have the FTAs working with them right now. Not to worry, though, their alliance partner, 13371 Sandy Sandstoners, continuing to rack up points, scoring a specimen on that high bar.
Suffern over here acting as a bit of a harvest bot, setting up the Wildcats to score as kind of a handoff, a 1-2 handoff from bot to bot. Great teamwork on the Red Alliance.
At this point in the score, we are at 59-44 favoring the Red Alliance. Not to worry, though, plenty of time left in the game.
Another handoff from Suffern over to Wildcat. They've got a nice tempo and exchange going on. Wildcats grabs it on their dual gripper. Suffern harvests first with their active intake. Wildcat decides to go out to the sub for one more.
13371 Sandy Sandstoners placing their 3rd specimen, moving their way around Nerds of a Feather to attempt their level 3 hang.
And we could see them put a pretty efficient 30 points up on the board. We'll see what
Potsdam
happens.
appears once again. Excuse me, Suffern once again suffering from those issues.
Yeah, when Suffern's
with the
dialed
team
in
member.
over there, Jerry, it works just beautifully. Really nice to see. Oh, and Sendy did not ascend on that one, unfortunately. That'll be a level 1. We've heard that we've got a special guest in the house with us, the mayor of Rome, New York, the Honorable Jeffrey Lanigan. If you're out there, Mayor Lanigan, excuse me, welcome to FTC and to First Robotics. We're happy to have you with us today. Thank you for joining us. We've got match, what was that now, 59 in the bag. We're going to look for scores from 58.
And for match number 58, Blue wins with a score of 203 to Reds 181.
Remember those sweet spots for Alliance picks? It's those top 6 that are going to be our Alliance captains. We will take you through all of that here in just a few matches. We will take a break between match 64 and Alliance selections. Trust us, we will tell you all how it works. We're going to start setting the stage here on match number 60. Match number 60 on the Red Alliance from Albany Academies. We're going to see team 4809. It's Botman. And the Botman is going to pair with the Enderman because it is team 5484. It's the Enderbots, straight out of Minecraft. If you saw that trailer, Jerry, there's a new Minecraft movie coming out with Jack Black soon.
Yeah, over here on the Blue Alliance from Breezeport, New York, we have team 17222 Perota.
Those kids are sneaky, those sneaky Perota kids.
And joining them from Penfield, New York, it's 6996 Oncoming Storm.
I love their hats.
Those are nice hats.
Good hats.
And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, 3 bots in motion. 5484, the Enderbots scoring their first specimen from a preload, setting up 2 more, 3 more.
Proto having mixed results with their first specimen. We'll see if they can get their second on the high chamber. Oncoming Storm scored one sample to the basket, but missed their second. We'll have to see if they can harvest or push. No, they're going to push one more into the net zone. That will score. Nice job.
Wow, what an auto from 54-84, the Underbots.
They've been working hard on that all week.
Indeed, very impressive. We've seen that actually get better over the course of the day. They've been working on that continuously over at the practice fields.
Oncoming Storm cross grips a sample, brings it up to the high basket. 8 points for the Blue Alliance. They're going to go back to the sub to harvest some more. Proto making quick work of a harvest of blue samples for their human player, each one to be converted to a specimen for high chamber hangs.
We can see over here on the Red Alliance 54-84 Enderbots continuing to set up those specimens. Meanwhile, Botman filling up that high goal.
Looks like Oncoming Storm has really done a nice job with the iteration and design of their geared gripper fingers here. You'll see it reach in and just kind of pluck right off the bottom of the submersible, rotate up into position. Little contact there with Enderbots, all within measure, all within bounds on the rules.
We can see, heading back to the Red Alliance currently has 5 specimens on their high bar and 3 more ready to go. Good communication between the human player and that drive team over at the Underbots on getting those picked up and placed on the bar.
If I don't miss my guess, Proto's now got 6 specimens. This is the first of 6 ready to go on the high chamber. That could be worth 60 points. Actually, it looks like they have more at this point. Look for a late surge in scoring from the Blue Alliance.
Really interesting to see, again, that strategy of kind of presetting, taking the first half of your game to build as many specimens as possible, and then real fast cycles, as opposed to having to wait for your human player to build them all.
Lots of 3D printing on this oncoming Stormbot as we enter endgame, but also some strategic deployment of bungee cords.
Yeah, that's a really neat mechanism. Entering the endgame here, we were at 192-180 favoring red. With 15 seconds left in the match, we'll see robots begin to hang. 69-96, Proto beginning their bungee cord assisted hang. Botman lining up for their hang.
Proto's got one more specimen in the tank. They're going to slip around the corner and come park.
Enderbots attempting a park. That is a good park for Enderbots, as well as a level 2 hang for Botman.
Yeah, the referees say oncoming Storm is touching. That's going to be a level 1 for blue.
I don't know if the camera can see what we can see over at this angle. That is an absolutely gorgeous cable management job on the bottom of Proto's robot there.
11 specimens on the blue chamber. That leads reds. Those hangs will counter.
All right, with that, I believe we have scores for match 59. Let's get those on the board. And in qualification match number 59, red wins with a score of 113 to blues 57, 113-57. That leaves Suffern as well as Warwick as 15th and 16th ranked, respectively. Heading back over to field 1 for qualification match 61.
$69.55. RoboVines checks in from Ballston Spa, New York, in these sharp suits. They are I'm pretty sure they're mooing now, Jerry.
I think they have some fans here.
They're leaning in. They are paired with the Saints from Binghamton, New York at 64-54.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we have team 16700 J-Bots. And their 1,000-yard stale mascot. Joined by team 8397 Beta, our current #1 ranked seed. Beta, clearly a popular group here today.
Yeah. And the bleachers have filled in nicely. Everybody knows what's coming with eliminations. We haven't said this much yet today, there are 3 spots on the line for a ticket to Worlds to the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston, Texas, and an additional, for the first time ever, an additional 4 advancement slots to what FIRST is calling premier events. Those are postseason events. The first one is the weekend of April 4th and 5th in Springfield, New York. They are as far flung as the Netherlands, Alberta, Canada. I think there's one in Mexico City. There are 7 teams that will leave today still in gameplay in season with first. Pretty exciting opportunities for these kids from upstate New York.
Really exciting for that. As our teams finish getting ready, Beta's just working with a couple of our FTAs to get their control system all set up. We are almost ready to begin. As a reminder, once we finish our gameplay here, just a few more games, we'll be taking a short break for teams to collaborate, figure out their alliance picks as we enter the alliance selection period. We'll have an exact time for that for you in a moment. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, Saints, Robovines, thumbs up, excellent.
Referees.
Scorekeepers, we've got it, Jerry.
All right, we're good to go. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots in motion. 8397 Beta immediately scoring in that high goal, while their teammate 16700 J-bots scoring their first specimen on that high bar.
Robovines comes in for their first wall-mounted specimen. They grab it with their 3D printed gripper, take it to the high chamber, come up just short. That's going to lay on the bottom of the submersible. And their human player, Ethan, keeps his hands out of there for any penalties. 4 seconds to go, a good park for Robovines. We'll see what happens in Teleop.
We can see over here, J-bots had placed a second specimen on there.
Look at these scores.
Real close.
91-87, 4-point game as we start. Let's go. Robovines shepherding all of their floor samples in, returning to the submersible. We'll see if they can grab that specimen. It's already been converted, so they can save a little bit of time repositioning it. We've got Saints going to the high basket with their ever-effective yellow specimen gripper. Robovines harvest another sample out of the floor. We have now 5 specimens racked and stacked. A little bit of contact there with the J-bots. Robovines making J-bots think better of it. They swing around the side, Jerry.
We can see J-bots now attempting to feed up to that high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 8397 Beta, doing the classic strategy we've seen today, kind of getting all of those specimens prepared and ready to go for that last little bit of the round.
GorillaBots is having to work out a little bit of geometry here with their intake, making sure they can address the wall.
We can see over here, J-bots has a sample lodged inside of their slide. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved. We're going to see if they're going to be able to use Beta to remove that bot, or if they could just shake it out. But that may put them out of the match.
These human players on both sides need to make sure they don't have contact with specimens while the robots are in zone. There we go from the Robovines. We now get a third specimen. We're headed for the chambers. 115 to 117. This is crazy.
This is a very close match. Oh my goodness. We have Beta starting to rack up those specimens that were built earlier in the match. Meanwhile, J-bots seems to have been relegated to a hang-only robot as we enter the end game here.
Robovines has 3 more, 1 on the floor, 2 on the wall. Something snapped off of Beta's gripper. I think their gripper is, yep.
I have a feeling this round is going to come down.
Give it up for these teams, folks. Give it up for these teams.
This round is going to come down exclusively to the hangs at the end of this match. Oh my goodness.
Robovines is going to
83-97 making it up.
Beta's
to
up.
a level 2 hang.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that might make a difference there. We will see scores going in, 173-137. We do have the scores from the last match. Let's get those on the board. And in match number 60, Red wins with a score of 228 to Blues 218. That moves 5484, the Underbots, into our number 5 seed, while their alliance partner 4809, Botman, moves up to 17th. You're good. Entering qualification match number 62, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Tulsa, New York, its team 8863 Precision Cut-Ups. Joined by Watkins Glen, New York, team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown. Over on the Blue Alliance from Port Chester, New York, it's team 18, the Techno Chicks. And finally from Rome, New York, it's team 27364 Battery Battalion.
Charge up. This is last gameplay for all 4 of these teams to polish their resumes.
Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? We need a scoring ref. We have a scoring ref. We have a senior ref. Referees, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
It's like a migration of zebras as the referees all come over.
The run of the referees.
Techno Chicks goes to the high chamber, loses their specimen inside, decides to go for a hang that doesn't really count for any points. But well, you hung an auto. That's good. Good for you.
Over on the Red Alliance, 12833. Mechanical Meltdown placing their first specimen while their alliance partner picks up a blue sample.
It's a little bit late in the day.
We seem to have some colorblind drivers in the house today.
These robots are getting tired. 87-0, Red out with a commanding lead. We'll see how the blue team responds. Battery Battalion and Techno Chicks, number 18.
We can see a Mechanical Meltdown setting up some more specimens for later in the match. Well, their alliance partner, number 8863 Precision Cut-Ups, fills up that high basket.
We've got Techno Chicks coming back to the observation zone. Good communication like they've had all day, trying to figure out what's going on either with their gripper or their lift. They're trying to pitch up and get a specimen, trying to diagnose it in real time. They open up their gripper claw. I think they might go play a net zone game, or they're going to feed Battery Battalion for easier grabs so Battalion can score to the high basket. Good pivot.
All right, heading back over to the Red Alliance Precision Cut-Ups, 12833. Sorry, Mechanical Meltdown, 12833, working hard to fill up those specimens while their alliance partner, Precision Cut-Ups, 8863, fills up that high basket.
Techno Chicks harvests a yellow neutral sample, feeding it over to Battalion. They've got now 3 ready for Battalion. They're having a little bit of difficulty getting it oriented to their gripper. They want to score that in the high basket. 8 points each for those.
We can hear some great communication happening between the driver coaches on both sides, both alliances, as we enter the end game. Our scores heading into the end game, 153 for red, 16 for blue.
We were joking at the beginning of this match, Jerry, about it being some tired robots and tired kids. It has been a long day. This is the 8th match. The robots may be a little loose in the joints. Mechanical Meltdown over there on your side. Techno Chicks here.
That's a beautiful level 2 hang for 8863 Precision Cut-Ups. Mechanical Meltdown attempting a hang. Their remote seems to have disconnected. Let's see if they'll park.
I think Battalion was trying different rungs just to see what happens.
Yeah, they were trying there, but they couldn't quite get that arm up fast enough.
All right, if we could please, let's have that match 61 score. Match 61 from the scorekeepers. Push it to the big screens. We'll call that one out.
And for match number 61,
we see a win for the Blue Alliance.
With a score of 208 to Reds 155. 69-55, RoboVines moving up to the number 8 seed. Well, 64-54, Saints Robotics moves up to the 19th slot.
That'll slide Beta down into 2nd position. That is Beta's first loss of the day. They've had a pretty outstanding day by any measure. That moves SharkBots, as you can see on the screen. SharkBots takes the number 1 seed from Beta. SharkBots 14903, currently sitting on the number 11 high score on the planet, has currently a 6-0-1 record. They have 1 tie. That was from match 15 earlier this morning. That was 165 to 165. This will, of course, be last gameplay. It's these 4 teams and then 4 more on field number 2, and we will have lots of information coming your way on how we navigate alliance selections.
All right, as we get set up for a qualification match number 63, let's meet our teams. Starting with the Blue Lions from Mamaroneck, New York, it's team 14903 Sharkbots. And joining them on the Blue Alliance from Corning, New York, it's team 5485 Gorilla Bots. Over on the Red Alliance from Buffalo, New York, it's team 12737 Electric Mayhem White. And from Cross River, New York, in the red square, it's team 20203 Vulcan Robotics. Decked out in MVCC stickers on that hard hat.
So friends, I've got kind of a weird one here. I've got a modern robotics battery. I'm over here on field number 1. This is odd because it's a team number that is not here. It's team 12414. I was wondering if it was you guys. How many? You got four teams at home, right? There you go. Vulcan, clean up your toys, Vulcan. This is your mom talking, Jerry. Clean up your toys.
Alrighty. As we get match 63 finished up, we can see our lovely FTI Alex out on the field right now, double checking all of our robots, getting things good to go. This is going to be a formidable match. These are all very highly ranked teams.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Gorilla Bot's making sure their camera turns on. They've got some computer vision that can help them pick out of the bottom of the sub. We've seen Sharkbots be so consistent with their 5-specimen auto all day long. I'll be interested, Jerry, to see if they pivot again, right? If Shark swings then over, Gorilla Bots has been a really, really effective specimen bot in Telly. My money is on a switcheroo here. We'll see.
Alrighty, and after good looks have been exchanged all around with that, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match. All 4 robots in motion. 12737 Electric Mayhem White scoring their preloaded sample in that high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Vulcan Robotics scoring their preloaded sample on the high bar.
Gorilla Bots takes their second sample for a ride, but scores the third one. 4th off the floor. Yep, they go 3 for 4 to the high basket. Sharkbots goes back for another specimen, 4 out of 5. Let's see if they can send the last one home.
Vulcan.
And they do.
Vulcan getting very close there, but not quite getting that third specimen on that bar.
Sharkbots in on sample play to the high basket. Gorilla Bots harvesting blue samples to their human player. We know they're going to bank them on the wall. Sharkbots looking for a return to their the way they've been all day, really. Just so steady out of the submersible. How are things on red, Jerry?
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Vulcan Robotics descoring one of their pre-scored specimens. Hopefully they're able to get that reattached in just a moment. Attempting to bucket a Alliance neutral sample, but they are blocked by their Alliance partner.
Sharkbots, we are now up to, I think we're coming up on 8 or 9 samples in the high basket. Little tussle there between Vulcan and Sharks. Nothing untoward, all part of the game. Mayhem White reaching across to, mixing it up with Gorilla Bots on the far side. Notably, Jerry, these bots have been healthy all day long, too. They need to stay that way into eliminations. Gorilla Bots now with 6 on the high chamber. It looks like they've got another 6 banks ready to go.
Indeed, we can see over on the Red Alliance, Electric Mayhem White continuing to fill up that high chamber. Not quite as many. They have 7 up there right now. Going for an 8th. You can see those LEDs on the side are actually denoting when they are in contact and ready to go. They have a whisker switch in their outtake mechanism.
Uncharacteristic here on Sharkbots, they've got a stuck sample inside their chassis. Gorilla Bots still going to town on their chamber
FTA
samples.
to Sharkbots. FTA to Sharkbots.
GorillaBot's going very, oh my goodness.
What a recovery there.
That was crazy. Oh, SharkBots recovers. Can they score it? Can they hang?
We can see Vulcan is parked. We have 3 robots jockeying for positions to hang. That is a level 2 hang from Electric Mayhem White.
Oh my goodness.
And level 2 hangs.
This right here, 1, 2, 3.
I don't know if you saw on those middle 2 there, they did a full 360 before settling in that position after they released.
I can't handle this stress, Jerry.
That is going to be a very difficult round to beat in terms of excitement here in Utica. We have the scores qualification match number 62. Let's get those pushed to the board now. And in qualification match 62, Red wins with a score of 188 to Blues 40. That moves 8863 precision cut-ups to the number 5 slot and 12833 mechanical meltdown to the number 18 spot. We have a multi-Allen key set that was left by one of the practice fields. If it's yours, pick it up at pit admin, please. Alrighty, and now we are at qualification match number 64 out of 64. I can't believe we made it this far over the last 2 days. Thank you for putting up with my voice for so long. With that, let's meet our teams for the final match of the first section of our competition. From Cross River, New York, it's team 10949 Mob. And joining them in the Red Alliance from West Fulton Road is the West Fulton Firebots, team 27239. Over on the Blue Alliance from Buffalo, New York, it's team 12736, Electric Mayhem Green. And finally from Peekskill High School, it's team 4243, the Peekskill Iron Devils. And with that, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance. Whoa. We're going to give Blue Alliance a minute to reset that. One, 2, 7, 3, 6 started a little bit early there. No worries though. We're gonna have them restart. We'll be good to go. With that, Red Alliance, are we ready?
Blue Alliance, are we ready?
Referees.
Scorekeeper?
All right, with that, let's get match number 64, full stack of matches.
We made it.
Set off in 3, 2, 1.
Mayhem Green comes to the high chamber with their preloaded specimen.
Ooh, start of the match, we can see 10949 Mob and West Fulton Firebots not communicating super well about which auto they were going to be using, both attempting that goal. We're hearing from West Fulton they are actually unable to stop their auto because they won't zero back out between auto and teleop if they force stop their autonomous.
Okay, got it.
We're going to see if we can get those bots free. Yes, we have. 10949 is free. How's Blue Alliance doing?
43-0 here, 51 now. Devils has come alive. They're playing the high basket game. They sample those yellow neutral game pieces as the Electric Mayhem Green player is starting to bank specimens on the wall. Mayhem Green bot goes back to the bottom of the specimen, or the submersible that is, to get more samples.
We get an FTA over for the Red Alliance 10949.
42-43 looking for another yellow neutral to score in the high basket. 8 points for the Blue Alliance once they do. Electric Mayhem Green now with 5 banked specimens ready to go to the high chamber when the time is right.
We have over here 27239 West Fulton Firebots scoring their first specimen for the Red Alliance. It appears they're going to be acting on their own for the rest of this match.
Good communication, as always, from Mayhem Green here. 55. Human player calling out their times. 59 to 10. We are under a minute.
Right now, we are at 30-59 favoring blue, with West Fulton Firebots rapidly closing that gap as they rack up the rest of those specimens.
Mayhem Green feeds off of their human player from the wall. They go to the high chamber, score another 10 points for the Blue Alliance. 79 to 40. That's endgame.
As we enter the end game here, it appears the mob has come back to life. Let's see if we can get them in a hang.
This is our final qualification match of 64. We've got now 17 seconds. Can Mob get off the ground?
West Fulton attempting to yoga themselves up. However, I hear some grinding. Hopefully everything's going okay for them as we end this match. That is a level 3 hang from West Fulton.
There it is. 27-239, third level ascent, just beautiful to see.
By far our most reliable.
We know that's going to give the Red Alliance 30 points. They've got 40 on the Raw. That puts them at 70. Toss in a couple fouls, something else. Who knows where this is going to go?
This is going to be a really close match.
We're going to hold and announce this. Then we'll talk about what we're going to do with Alliance selections. Jerry, I'll have you announce this one when it's ready.
Yep. Let's get these scores for qualification 63 on the board. And in qualification match number 63, Blue wins with a score of 330 to Red's 156, keeping Sharkbox in number 1 seed and moving Gorilla Bots up to the number 9 seed.
Friends in the house, I do have on the printer at Pit Admin Lost and Found, we have one earbud, one wayward earbud. You can come find out if that is yours. I'm not going to listen to see what you're playing currently, but that earbud is lost and found. We're going to wait for the referees. So let me talk a little bit about where we're going. After Jerry reports out the match 64 score, we're going to be on a hold until 3 o'clock. At about 2:55, we will start making announcements. We are going to take one representative from every team. Okay, we'll do this to the pits too. Thank you very much. Yep, no worries.
All right, we have these scores for qualification match 64 going up to the board. And in match number 64, Blue wins with a score of 124 to Red's 78.
Let's give a hand for these kids, folks. So we are live in the pits now as well. Let's take it from the top. We are on a hold right now. We are on an Alliance selection hold. Turn me down a little bit, Tyler. Till 3 o'clock. Till 3 o'clock, so that gives you about 40 minutes or so. At 2:55, we will start queuing one representative from each team to the infield. You'll come in through the queuing zones, and we will line up and take attendance, make sure that we have everybody. At that time, you will go through Alliance selection. The scorekeepers will print the current standings and get those to each pit here momentarily, though you can check on ftcevents.org. You can check on all of the screens in-house, and you can check on the live screen for the current standings or the standings after qualifiers. Those are scrolling as we speak. Coaches, mentors, get these kids fed. Get them some snacks, get them some water. Make sure they're taking good care of themselves. We've still got quite a bit left of our day, and we want these kids to stay healthy. We'll be back with you at 3 o'clock. This should be the last you hear from us for a while. And again, that will be with Alliance selections, one representative each. We'll ask for you to join us at 2:55. Thank you very much. So for those of you watching on the live stream at home, just a note, we are going to cut this feed, and we will be back with you at 3 o'clock as well with Alliance selections. So if you're watching right now, we are going to go dark for about 40 minutes. Nothing is wrong. We promise we'll be back with you on the feed in about 40 minutes again, top of the hour. See you then. Thank you.